All right. So, so yeah, I'm planning to do a bit of an Ask Me Anything. I haven't really done anything like this, so I'm giving it a try. I guess still a little bit nervous, but anyone who's welcome to pop on in is welcome to ask any questions, and I will touch on the fact that, as you kind of know, I kind of decided to take a long break from Forge Essentials, which it was a very hard decision to make. I I did not want to make the hard decision of this of of not of discontinuing Forge Essentials, and I basically decided not to fully discontinue it. So I'll get started in about 5 minutes from now. But feel free to ask any questions in the chat. And I see Zesalon, Yohio. I don't see anyone else yet, but people are gonna trickle in. All right. So I'm gonna be getting started in just a moment. But if you're in the chat, feel free to ask me any questions, and I'll try to my best to answer them. But yeah, a little while ago, I finally decided to start playing a bit of Minecraft again, and I'm starting. Oh, hello. Yes. Yeah, you're welcome. Been trying my best to really keep it alive. It's the kind of thing that I I've really been very passionate about this project. It's a very important project to me, and I've tried my best to keep it alive. I've had a few hiccups from time to time just because sometimes it just gets a little depressing when you realize that it's hard to really keep it alive. Like for example, I could never make it a full-time job, which means I can only give it a small amount of effort. I can't really give it the full effort that it really deserves. And that sometimes is a little bit depressing, but I've tried my best to really keep it going. I still I'm s- I don't know why, but even though I've supposedly retired, I'm still answering. I have another a 3D game that's similar. So yes, I do. That I think it is kind of that idea. That was the idea I kind of had with that game. But yeah, and I'll go ahead and just post a link to it so you all know what Zesalon is talking about. I basically showed off a game that I wrote a while back. I showed it off privately, but this is a game I wrote this game back when I was in university. I decided to write this game, and it it was a pretty fun thing. I spent a lot of time writing a few games back in university, and that was something that was fun that I could do back when I had time. And hello, Creeple. I do not really want you to blow up on me. But yeah, it was a kind of game that I wrote back when I had a lot of time. So I kind of wrote a few games. I have a couple of games that a couple of stuff that I wrote that was not really the best work because actually at the time. So what prompted me to write a bunch of games back in university is Microsoft had a promotion that for every application you put on the Microsoft Store, they would give you $100. So not all the applications were super high quality, and nowadays I am embarrassed that they're even on my account page, and I basically disabled access to some of these. But I had a few pretty good games that I wrote back in university, and this is one of them. This is the game that game is really the simpler game. I have another game that I haven't actually re-released yet. I basically unpublished all my games a while back just because I didn't have time to keep them updated. And there was some new requirements with the Microsoft Store that I just didn't have time to become compliant with. So I basically decided to remove them from the store. But I've been recently starting to re reinvigorate the drive to write video games. So that's kind of where my plan is after Fortress Intros, which I'll still try to keep that alive. And I will go ahead and mention, as you probably see, you can call me Alex, 'cause that's my real name, and I have that on my store page. So you can always call me Alex. Space Builder 2020 is my pseudonym, which I back when I was coming up with a name, I thought of that when I was younger. My dad used to say, by 2020 you'll surely be sh- building space building spaceships. And yes, yeah, we both had the same name. But yeah, my dad was saying by 2020 you'd be building spaceships. And here's the other thing. So the reason I ended up expediting releasing that game of mine is I basically realized, wait a minute, the game has the word 2021 in it, and 2021's almost over. So they'll get that game re-released before 2021's over. So that's what I did. Yeah, and thanks for the private message, Minecraft. I understand completely if you can't get to your account. Well, I guess Alex is a more common name than it used to be. Yeah, I remember back when I was younger, my parents always, I always thought Alexander. It's named after Alexander the Great. That's where that name came from. Though I suppose if I really wanted to be clever, I should go with the Greek spelling of Lysander. But yeah. It's good to see everyone starting to look around. I was very hesitant to actually mention people because I know a lot of people don't like getting mentioned, so I don't like to mention very often just because I don't want to bug people, and I know a lot of people might be sleeping or might be doing something else, and they don't really want to have a ping. So I don't usually don't want to bug people, but I felt like I kind of wanted to bring the community together and get us talking. But that's also why I actually did not mention anyone when I posted the first message. I just wanted it to be more of something that you could see ad hoc as you're kind of looking into it, but not something that would really bug you. Because I only wanted to mention people once. I don't want to mention people twice. But yeah, back to kind of the idea is, well, I suppose I need to figure out what I'm doing here. Oh yes, now I remember. I'm pretty sure I was working on doing a bit of mining. So let's get back to that. And for the life of me, I have no idea why I'm not doing it. But I've kind of been enjoying playing the new 1.17. It's actually a very interesting take that I've kind of been watching it. Yes, that reminds me. Yeah, so that's why I was doing my mining down here. I forgot about that. All right. Let's see. Where am I? Let's see. Unless we just start here, but I'm gonna go back over the other. Actually, no. There's a cave that I'll go into, so that will help it. Well, I hope there's a future for it. My biggest problem is I can't really keep it alive currently. I'm really what's going to need to happen is we're going to need to have younger people from the community come and start learning how to write mods. And here's the thing, I'm always still going to be available to help anyone who needs any help with like Forge Essentials or porting it to new versions. So if anyone wants to try and take up the wheel, I'm fully going to be available to help anyone who has any questions with starting to update it. And I'll definitely try to support the best I can to ensure that there's a very streamlined way of people making updates. And one of the things I've actually done is I've updated the way the build system works so it uses the GitHub Actions from GitHub. So by utilizing GitHub Actions, this allows people to actually go and whenever you make a pull request, it's now going to have a build. So anyone who's actually watching your pull request can actually take that build that's built and they can actually go and test the build out. So like Zesalon, for example, he could go test the build out, and if he said, yeah, this fix actually fixes the specific bug, he could go and say, I'm gonna approve this pull request, which pretty much everyone on our team has the ability to approve a pull request. I know not everyone on the team would want to approve every single pull request, but you guys, all the people on the team have the ability to approve pull requests. And then for the people making the pull requests, I want to encourage people to make these pull requests. And that's how the project is gonna stay alive. And I'll do what I can to keep it going as well. But I want to start focusing on other things. I guess I'm burnt out from modding Minecraft, and I don't really want to relearn Forge for new versions. That, of course. And then I make a rookie mistake of not having an extra pickaxe. Wonderful. Rookie mistake, I tell you. Alright, I hear something. Alright, where are ya? Where are ya? Yes, I hear you, I do not see you. Yes, wonderful. Where are you hiding? Oh, there you are. Yes, I've died a few times. I'm not afraid to admit it, and I am also not afraid to admit that I've never actually done hardcore. And seeing as I've already died a few times, I don't think I would last very long on hardcore. Still want to try it, but might not last too long. Alright, good thing I have this wood. That's that iron. Yo. But yeah, I ended up a little while ago setting this up as a little base so I could do stuff with getting new pickaxes and whatnot. And yeah, you know what? It's probably best to have 2 pickaxes. Alright. Alright, back to mining. But yeah. Also, I do plan to start streaming more often, so anyone who's watching, and I know some of you have already given me a follow, but feel free to, if you haven't already, give me a follow and check me out when I try to do some more streaming, which I'm going to try to do more often these days. I actually do want to start doing this more often. I'm not what you would call an entertainer. I'm very much a technical person. I'm a lot more of a programmer than an entertainer, but however, I still enjoy engaging with the community and bringing people together. So yeah. But yeah, Minecraft is not exactly this thing where I would get many views, and I have talked to a lot of streamers who have a lot of more experience, and one of the things these people have always kind of said is that depending on the category, if you're very small in the category, you're going to usually get many views due to Twitch is not very good with discoverability. And the Minecraft category is freaking huge, which means I would normally not even stream in the Minecraft category. However, I'm doing an event for Forge Essentials, therefore I'm streaming them on Minecraft. And oh yes, thank you. Yes, thank you for that. But yeah. And I actually have a lot of mods I like, and however I'm also enjoying playing vanilla. I guess it's a little bit refreshing to have such a different playthrough, because the game has changed so much that I can actually get a lot different out of vanilla than I used to be able to get. I know you all. Yes, I know you all. Yeah. Yep, I knew that. I've seen that come on and oh, by the way, Minecraft just said in private chat, please poke Zeth for me. Apparently he is still working on getting his account set up, so he's not able to join us in chat. So yeah, that's another person. So that's one of the things is Cubic Chunks. Cubic Chunks is a mod that I've actually enjoyed as well. Which actually, if you've all heard about the new changes to the world height, that is very much like what Cubic Chunks does. Cubic Chunks was basically before that, but it's actually kind of cool that Mojang is now basically doing what Cubic Chunks has already been doing for the past, uh, I'd say ages, or if I want to be facetious, I'll say the past millennia. I know it hasn't been a millennia yet, but hey, we can have a millennia of Minecraft. Yeah, oh yeah, and thanks for that. But yeah, I have a few games that I really enjoy. And hey, Rosette. Yeah, I have a few games that I really enjoy. And hey, Rosette. Yeah, I have a few games that I really. That's a little embarrassing. All right. And that's why you don't open up your stream while you're playing the game, even by accident. Alright, well, with that little embarrassing soundbite out of the way, let's get back to the Space Cast, what was that used to call it? Yeah, well, to be honest, I was getting the link, a link of my stream to give to another friend of mine. And I should have thought that maybe I should have muted Twitch before I started. But on another note, I have been starting to really experiment with the new soundtrack, which honestly, the new Twitch soundtrack stuff is actually pretty sweet. And I wish I had this kind of tool back when I was streaming about 2 years ago. It would have made things a lot less painful. Alright. Well, we have more lava and, of course, I really should have probably brought a bucket. Alright. Just be careful. So yeah, I'll get in a moment. I'll actually tell you what setting I'm using. So let's see here. So yeah, I am doing chilled electronic. So I'm using the chilled electronic, and I do kind of like that because it's a very chill type of a very chill type of music. It's kind of relaxing with that type of music. Let's see, what do we have here? Yeah, let's see. This is very interesting. Oh, I don't think I've seen this yet in game, but that. All right, it's time to make a little trip to see one of these new generations. There aren't any mods. This is all vanilla. This is 100% vanilla on 1.17.1. So no mods whatsoever. Which, for those of you who know me, you know, I play way too many mods. So there are gonna be a lot of people who are surprised that I am playing vanilla. And which reminds me, I'm gonna give a shout out to a very good streamer of mine who is probably one of the people who I'd recommend you basically giving a watch. This guy here, this guy is a very good streamer that I'm very happy to be part of his community. But he's also good at giving advice. Just don't go into his chat and talk about streaming, because that's against TOS. But that guy there, on the topic of yeah, on of modding, he's always saying that why aren't you playing vanilla? And I'm always saying because I like the mods. And then I realize, oh, why should this be playing vanilla? It's just as good. Oh, and well, that wasn't quite as planned, but oh well. And yes, torches I think don't torches still prevent mob spawns. That said, I am horrible at placing torches. As you probably know, when I join you guys on the Cracked World. And yes, let's see. Because I'm absolutely horrible at placing torches sometimes. And well, it's not really an issue in vanilla, but when you have sky islands, then it becomes a little bit of an issue if you don't place your torches. Because you have a sky island, it's right up above you, and when you place your torches, and yes, honestly, this place is kind of beautiful. But yeah, see, from what I've been told, these specific amethysts, these actually spawn new crystals. So yeah, that didn't work. Of course. I probably don't have the right tool to actually pick these up, or no. I probably should have actually waited for them to mature. Let's try one that looks like it's more mature. Yes, there we go. Perfect. So yeah, this is the kind of thing that's why I'm giving vanilla another try, because there's been a lot of changes in the game since the last time I really heavily played, which was about 1.7.10. And let's see. Yeah, that one's definitely not mature. I still miss having a mini map because alright. Because without a mini map, I'll have to kind of memorize where this specific generation is. But yeah, this is kind of the nice thing about what they've done to the new vanilla. But yeah, good to see everyone that's chatting, and yeah, oh, fish farms. Well, to be honest, I haven't done much with fish farms anyway. Oh, well, yeah, that, and I think that enchantment stuff, well, I'm what you would call a Minecraft boomer. I remember the days when you didn't need to have lapis to do your enchants. I remember the days when bone meal did not require more than one, it was able to grow a tree in a single use. Back in 1.4.7, that was before they rebalanced bone meal. So back in 1.4.7, whenever you bone mealed a crop, it would instantly grow.
about 1.5.2, and then late and past that, they changed that mechanic. So instead of having bone meal instantly grow a crop, what they did is they changed it so bone meal did not instantly grow a crop. Instead, bone meal would actually, as you all know, since most of you haven't been playing on the old game, you know it basically takes a lot more. So yeah, I yeah, things have changed. Sometimes for the best, sometimes not so much. But regardless, I think it's still a fun game. Oh, good point. Yeah, I didn't think about that, but yeah, good point. I could turn the debug info off, but I like having it there. Oh. Apparently, someone mentioned that, and well, they mentioned, yeah. Well, all right. So let me adjust my volume because it seems like people are having trouble hearing me. All right. There we go. I've loaded. Actually, yeah. So I'm gonna lower the music volume a little bit, and I'm gonna lower the game volume. All right. There we go. That should make it easier for people to hear me. Oh, oh yes, I've heard of that. So yeah, and I haven't actually gotten that far in 1.7.10 yet, but yes, I've definitely heard about that. So yeah, there is a lot of stuff you can do to get bone meal now. I think the block is called a composter. All right. So let's go ahead and take this loot back over to the outpost and then head up back up to my base, and I really need to start expanding it a little bit. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff at my yeah. Okay. For those of you who have played modded, you probably know of inventory tweaks. And I guess I am very OCD if I like having things sorted. So yes. Basically, I like to sort things in the chest, and it's nice being able to click your middle mouse button and automatically sort things. Exactly. I'm like, ugh. Why can't I do this in vanilla? Yes, the mod is called Inventory Tweaks, and it's a mod that's been around for pretty much forever. Right now, I am doing a pure vanilla playthrough, so I am not gonna have access to that. But yes, it's one of the things that I think about, and I'm like, yeah, too bad it's not in vanilla, but hey, oh well. It's a different type. Alright. Oh, yeah, a fabric mod. Yeah, and yeah, I think I think you're right. You can't figure out a routine, and well, probably the most important thing is that you do have multiple chests and to sort them. That's probably the best way to really do it. Is to keep your chests organized, which so keeping things that are mostly stone in a different chest than what your other stuff is. Alright, so I'm gonna leave a little bit of iron back down here, just so that's kind of the idea. Is I like to keep a little bit of iron here so I can continue to keep my pickaxe up to date. That's kind of been the approach I've been trying to go with this little outpost. And talking about fabric, I have actually considered. That was one of the things I considered was porting Forza Sensors to Fabric, but then I thought, hold on, it has the name Forza Sensors in it, and now I'm porting it to Fabric. And I guess I don't really know how I feel about that, because it feels like Forza Sensors is supposedly it's an endorsement of Forge or something. But I guess that's because back when it was created, the only car you could have was a Henry Forge. Yeah, I'm not as good at Redstone. Yeah, I'm actually I to be honest, I haven't actually made my own solar system yet. I I've never I spent way too much time in modded and I kind of didn't really fully learn the vanilla game. That's another reason why I'm trying to play pure vanilla is because I never truly learned the full pure vanilla mechanics. That was unintentional, but oh well. Yeah, I think it is. I vaguely recall that the concept of it simply requires that you have items in your hopper and then redstone based on what the items are in there. So when you have the four items in your hopper, it's only gonna let those items that have the same items through, and the redstone basically turns it off. But yeah, they definitely need a lot of resources. But yeah, I guess one of the mods that I like and I kind of got addicted to was Applied Energistics. And I'll blame that because I spent a lot of time playing the Volts mod pack. So I spent a lot of time doing that, which actually that was uh, a grief raid mod pack with some pretty cool mods like well ICBM. So one of the cool things about that mod pack is you could shoot missiles at other people. Which that basically it was very much a very fun PvP experience. I do I do remember those days rather fondly. And here's my take on the Grief and Raid. So if you want to do to raid people, go to a server that supports it. If not all servers want that, because not everyone wants to play a PvP experience. I hate it when people go on to a server that's not a PvP server and try to mess with the server and cause problems. There's a huge difference between someone griefing and raiding on a anarchy server where basically it's accepted. Everyone's already expecting it, and part of the game in there is if someone raids you, it means you didn't hide your base well enough, and that's the whole point of it. On the other hand, some people don't want to have to hide their base. They want to say, I want to show off my cool build. You can't do that on a grief raid server, because if you're showing off your cool build, someone's gonna say, hey, that looks nice. I'm gonna blow it up. And yes, AE is cool. AE is probably one of my favorite mods. But yeah, though, even back on 1.52, there was some pretty cool automation stuff that you were able to do with AE. I think I remember someone that I went to. So, oh yes, here's a good story. Back on the server, someone basically randomly gave me their base because they stopped playing the game. So I guess I won a lottery of being online at the time, and they basically gave me their old base. Yeah, that's a very good policy, and that's the policy that you need to have. Another type of policy is it's anarchy. So the policy is simple. There are no rules, and because why? The government doesn't exist. So there are no rules. You're free to basically blow up other players, but that also means that the players are free to blow up you. So you better make sure your defenses are all bulletproof. And talking about that, this is one thing that I regret that Forge Essentials kind of lacks. So Forge Essentials never has had a very good claiming system. It has the plots, but they've notoriously been buggy to the point that I kind of stopped supporting them. But that's one of the things that if I had the time to give Forge Essentials the TLC it needed, I would basically work on a better claiming system. Oh yeah, having creative people on is a very good thing. People like to make the world pretty. People like to make cool stuff, and that's a really nice thing about Minecraft is people can do that. People can make some pretty damn cool stuff. It's a very good game, and to be honest, I was addicted to it for quite a while. To the point that, no, I was addicted to Minecraft so much that I basically went a few years without picking up another game. And basically, eventually I had a realization that I had only been playing a single game non-stop for like 2 years. And at that point I basically decided, you know what, I think I need to take a break from Minecraft. And I did. And I've gone back and forth since then. Like, for example, Space Engineers. Space Engineers is another game that is one of the games I like. So, Space Engineers, that's another game that is a very fun game that's a lot like Minecraft. Well, yeah, I've always been, I guess, yeah, I'm gonna do what I feel is right, but here's the other thing. What I'm starting to focus now is, what I want to eventually do is, I want to be able to write my own games as a successful indie gamer. So, and that is one of the reasons I'm starting to focus more on video games, is I actually want to write cool games. I want people to play them. I want people to enjoy the games. And lastly, I would love to be able to be fully self-sufficient on my own programming career without having to be dependent on another company. But that's a pipe dream right now. But that's something I would love to work towards. But in the meantime, I'm gonna enjoy a lot of different types of games. Like, another game I've gotten pretty much into is, I've gotten I have a friend of mine who kind of pulled me into Elite Dangerous, so I've actually been enjoying that game. That game is very different than a lot of other stuff. But Elite Dangerous, that's another very good game that I've actually been enjoying quite a lot. But yeah, talking about friends, let's see. While you're at it, check out my friend Ezra. He's another streamer. He's the friend that got me into Elite Dangerous, and he's kind of starting to rebuild his streaming career. So don't forget to check him out. He's a very good person. He's a very good streamer. He does stream without a normal cam. He is a VTuber, but there shouldn't be any issues with that. But he is actually he's a very cool person. He just doesn't like to have his face on camera. Which you probably noticed, I don't have my face on camera either, because I don't like my face on camera. That's a good question. I do not know why I didn't do 1.18. I guess I just... Well, actually, now that I think I know. So I started this world about a few months ago. So, and then I kind of stopped playing for a few months. So I don't think that 1.18 pre-1 was out when I started this world. So that's why I started on 1.17.1, because 1.18.1 was not out yet. That said, I think I'll probably wait until that 1.18 actually comes out to actually start playing it. Oh, and yes, so I'll mention that Minecraft said about the Unity 3D platform, and what I'll mention is, so I have the other game that I haven't actually showed you yet. The other game I actually wrote in Unity. So I actually spent a lot of time learning Unity back when I was doing my game development push. So so out of the engines that I'm most familiar with, I am the most familiar with Unity, but I'm also familiar with doing lots of programming. But yeah, so the game that I showed off to to Zest and then posted in the chat up above. That game I actually did not write in any kind of game engine. I actually wrote that game in pure C++ using a tool suite known as DirectX TK. DirectX TK. So DirectX TK is a toolkit you can use to actually to it basically simplifies the whole operation with DirectX. So it's a wrapper library on top of DirectX that adds a bunch of convenience features. And what I found is it adds a bunch of convenient features for things like sprites, which was very invaluable for writing a 2D game. So that was the whole idea of using that, because what I basically at the time I was writing a game for mobile, and I eventually ported this game to PC, but I initially wrote the game on mobile. So I wanted a game that was very much low resources. So it was written entirely in C++ and DirectX TX to have a very low amount of resources. So that was kind of the whole design decision behind using that game. Using that tool set was it was very much low resources, and yes, that's very much correct. So I wrote that game back in 2013. Since then, Unity has added a lot of 2D resources that make a 2D game a lot more effective. And the other game I wrote in Unity, that actually was a 2D game. However, because Unity had not actually built a 2D toolset yet, it actually used 3D objects, and it used an orthographic plane on top of the 3D objects. And one actually cool thing I actually did with that game, which was a very new thing, is I actually experimented with bump mapping. So by experimenting with bump mapping, what I was able to do is I was able to make a 2D game look somewhat 3D. So all the objects were actually 2D objects, but they all looked 3D because I actually had bump mapping and normal mapping set up. So that was some pretty cool stuff I was able to do with Unity that would have been hard to do on my own. But yeah, that reminds me, I'm actually gonna get to a safe place and I might show off some of this stuff. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I need to fix the audio first on that. Yes, that is non-copyright, but still. That didn't work either. There we go. That's muted until I can fix this. And there. Now I can re-enable the sound because I no, that doesn't work either. Clearly soundtrack does not clearly I cannot mess around with soundtrack because it's actually yeah. Alright. We are experiencing technical difficulties. Alright, let's see here. Add source. P capture specific window. And capture this one. Okay. See here. And I'm gonna hide Minecraft. Right now, I'm gonna expand this. Well, I'll just center this. And I'll basically give a little tour of the game I wrote. And I have muted the music because I'm having some issues with the sources going to the wrong places. And I'm gonna fix that in a moment. Let's see here. Let's see. If I send the output to the cable input, I should be able to not have it show up on the soundtrack source. There we go. Alright. There we go. So yeah, this is the kind of the game that I was working on, that I wrote back when I was younger. Back when I was still a kid and didn't have to worry about the real world issues. Back then, I just had to worry about doing my classes and getting good grades. And while I was doing that, well, I probably should have spent more time on focusing on my grades, but instead I focused on doing some game development. Those were the good old days. Yes, and apparently I've discovered a bug with the skull. Oh well. Yeah, I don't remember which game that I based the idea off of, but kind of the idea was a lot about having a game that was it was a game that was very much a retro style. So I very specifically designed the whole alt aspect of so what I designed is I wanted it to look like each of the objects were all low resolution objects. So that rocket is actually more higher resolution than it looks. But I kind of designed an alt style of having each piece being looking like it was made of multiple pixels. So this looks like it was this looks like an old arcade game from like the 80s. That was kind of the idea of the alt style. Yes, Q and E. Yes, I know. You 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 know it more than better than I. But one of the things, yes, I am not as good at playing my game as you might guess. To be honest, to be honest, the game really needs to have support for a controller. That is something that it lacks, and eventually I do need to update that. I haven't actually gotten around to actually changing that, but that is something that will make the game a lot better. Because keyboard controls are a pain. But enough on that. I'm gonna switch over to another source. Let's see, heal. And once that's done, I'll basically go back to Minecraft. And yes, if those of you who are coming in, you probably see it does not 100% match the category. And well, I'm not gonna be showing this off for long, and then I'm gonna go back to the Minecraft category. Let's see here. All right, there we go. And let's move this down a bit below. Ah, well, that's the wrong source. Yeah, that's most definitely the wrong source. Alright, let's see here. Let's see, where is the source then? Oh, let's try something different. It's probably because I'm trying to capture the game engine and probably so yeah, give me a moment and I shall fix that. Hmm. Let's see here. See, yes. Maximize on play. And let's see. Well, now, okay, now it shows up. All right, there we go. Yeah, audio that needs to be fixed too. All right, back to my settings. Unity. Change source so it does not show up on soundtrack. And mute. So yeah, this was another game that I wrote. There we go. So this was another game that I wrote back when I was writing games, and the UI is freaking horrible. I I hate the UI of this game. But at the time, so one of the ideas I had, which if you played other Elite Dangerous or other games like that, is the idea of is each game had a hard point. So that was really the concept is each game would actually have its own hard point that you could equip. And well, if you choose a pretty shitty poor rocket, you're gonna get blown up pretty quickly. So this game is currently not on the store anymore, and that's just because I kind of I removed it from the store. just due to some other issues. But let's see here. All right. Oh, all of these are, yeah. I forgot. This rocket does not support weapons. All right. I don't need weapons for this level. But yes, that was the other thing. That was the whole idea of here was there will be different objects that you could collect. Oh, I guess you're right. I was, yeah. Now I feel sheepish. Bah, bah. I feel sheepish, sheepish. All right, let's fix that ASAP. I feel sheepish on that. Apologies. Thanks for letting me know. But this is kind of the whole idea of this game, which I was working on a while back when I was still writing the games. Was I was working on converting this game to actually to support mobile devices. So and well, I should have been watching where I was going. The object of the game is not to get sucked into a black hole. That is not good. That's worse than getting stuck in the exclusion zone of a planet. That is not good at all. So yes, enough of that. I'm gonna get back to playing some Minecraft. But yes, that. So yeah, that was a little preview of kind of some of the stuff I've been doing outside of Minecraft. Hmm. Yeah. You know what? It kind of does. That was the kind of artwork back when I was younger, and so all these rockets, all every single rocket in there, they were all 3D models, and I used a tool called Bryce 5, and by now there was Bryce 7. So I used a tool called Bryce 5, and so I so using Bryce 5, one of the things I was able to do was Bryce 5 is a very good tool for actually doing 3D models and doing rendering. So I basically used Bryce 5 and set up a bunch of textures. I then rendered all those textures as an image. And then I used that image inside the game. So that was kind of where, let's see, I'm gonna see here. I'm gonna move this over to the side and just have it as a small preview as I mess around. Oh yeah, Bryce was a good tool. But basically everything in the game was actually all the thing except for the textures, which I'm pretty sure most of these textures are not are not. I probably don't have the rights for some of these textures. They're all from NASA, but I'm not sure how how the textures were, because I wrote this back when I wasn't really aware of all the whole copyright and whatnot. So chances are I probably do not have the rights that I need for everything in there here. And even music is another thing. And yes, so yes, even music can be a bit of a pain to mess around with. And the biggest issue with music is when you have your music, what can happen with your music is I might have the rights now, but I could lose the rights later. So all the music here is all classical music. So I would assume that I would have the rights for the music. Because it's all classical music. However, and I'm gonna go through this little thing here, which is not actually a black hole, it's a wormhole. But classical music, and I'll make this a little bit bigger so you can kind of see it. But the biggest issue with like classical music is that classical music does not have copyright. However, there could be a copyright on the person who performs it. Because remember, Beethoven did not have a sound recorder to record his music. So someone else, an orchestra, has gone and recorded the music. And that orchestra might have a license to their specific version of the song. So unless you basically did your own version of the music, there was no guarantee that you actually have the rights to that music. And yes. uh, yeah, I remember I had a lot of funny death messages. Yeah. And yeah, I think you showed me some of your tracks, which those tracks you made are pretty damn cool. I'm just not I'm not really much of a musician. I'm not much of a musician, so don't mind me. I'm not really a good musician. Let's see here. Yes, a basic rocket with a weapon port jury-rigged on the front at the cost of speed and health. uh, yeah, I'll probably need to be finding good music at a later point in time. Which reminds me, I should actually re-enable the music that I had running. And if I keep messing around with this, I'm going to change the category. So I am actually going to stop messing around with this because I need to get back to Minecraft. But yeah, that's a short preview. I don't really need to go into much detail. But yes, back to my regularly scheduled Minecraft playthrough. But it's good to get everyone into chat, and I know perhaps some people left because they didn't watch me show off my video games, which is completely understandable. I know some people just want to see Minecraft. So yes, back to where I was before I got distracted. So earlier on, when I was messing around, I discovered. Well, I'm not the first person who discovered this, but I discovered a nice structure. And I wonder. I've kind of been. Let's see. Hold on. Something is. Sounds like it's nearby. All right. Oh, they're clearly not super nearby. Let's see here. But yeah, back to programming and how it relates to Forge Essentials. So, as I mentioned, is I'm I need to take a break from doing Minecraft modding. So yeah, and to be quite honest, I think I'm getting bored of Minecraft. So I'm probably gonna switch over to a different game. All right, good to see you. So yeah, I'm probably gonna go ahead and play some Space Engineers. And let's see. I'm gonna hide that fall logo. I do not want to have that visible. I'm gonna hide this jaw. Space Invaders. I don't think I have a copy of Space Invaders. And let's see. Of course. Uh, Displaying on the wrong window. No. Yes, not not Space Invaders, Space Engineers. But let's see here. Space Engineers, Space Engineers. Yes, there we go. It's already loading. There we go. Yes. Alright, let's see. Which of my friends are on the server right now? There's me. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna have some fun with Space Engineers. This is another game that I really enjoy. It's a shame that there isn't a good community for Space Engineers. It really it honestly could be better, but there isn't a super huge community out there for Space Engineers. But and let's before I forget, I need to change that category. Yeah, definitely need to do that before I forget. Let's see here. See. There we go. Edit stream title and description. Of course, it didn't want to show that. Alright, there we go. And let's change this to Space Engineers. And I'll leave the AMA on because I'm still going to be answering any questions about photosensors. And Space Engineers. There we go. Category has been updated. So I actually set up a multiplayer server that I've been playing around with some of my friends. So we've been working on well, they're better at designing the ships than I am, but as a team we've kind of been working on some pretty cool stuff. So we are on a modified version of the Survival Impossible scenario. So one of the things that we're doing is we're on a planet that has 1.9 G, which, to be honest, it's a freaking crazy amount of gravity. And trying to get our ship off the ground is going to be an exercise. But we've basically they've mostly been working on kind of building this pretty cool ship. So as a team, let's see here. So as a team, we've kind of been working on doing a lot of cool stuff. And the goal is to get off this damn rock. And I'm gonna cuss a little bit about this rock because this rock is I'm not kidding about how many times I've died on this rock. Not kidding. It's definitely been fun, but sometimes it's frustrating. Let's see here. Let's see. What are we working on here? Oh yes. Components. Missing items. Wonderful. Let's see. Well, I'm gonna go up above and check on the ship that I was working on earlier, and that I turned off because I didn't want to actually waste resources. Let's see. We've been running this for a while, so we probably have more resources now. Let's see here. Well, I'm still missing these thrust components. Yes, and you just saw what happens when you slam into something at terminal velocity. It's rather deadly. Deadly indeed. So I'm gonna go up into the rover, grab my stuff again, which we have a tool on it called Build and Repair, which picks up things like our inventory as well. So I'm gonna go and get the tools. And I should probably, let's see here. Yes. Hydrogen. Alright. So yes, I should get some tools, get some hydrogen. I need to get some food because we have a food mod, so If your food gets low, you might die. So I need to make sure to grab my food. Then I need to go and check the production. So let's go back to the Elite Assembler and let's change the priority of these thruster components. And I'm gonna add a few more. And let's see, iron. Of course, it has to be iron. We are always out of iron here. Alright, let's see what mineral processor is creating iron. Let's see here. Alright, I am going to switch over to priority and basically make a bunch of iron. And I'm gonna do the same thing here. Yes, this one's doing what it's supposed to be, because for some reason we have way too much uranium. This one's doing what it's supposed to do. This one's doing what it's supposed to do. Alright. And let's go back to mineral processor. Check this one, that's disassembling, that one's disassembling. Alright, let's see, that's good. Alright, let's check on the Elite Assembler. Alright, let's see here. Well, I'm gonna deprioritize that because I really let's see here. See, I'm turning that off for now. Alright, now let's see here. I'm pretty sure one of these ships down here is space capable. Yeah, this one I think is space capable. So, I did not build in either of these ships. I will go out and say that. Most of the ships I built are boxes, and I get ridiculed for building ships that look like boxes. So, yes, I did not design this rover. I helped a little bit with building these stuff, but I did not design either of these ships. This ship kind of looks like a Type 9. That we kind of had that idea because it was turning more into a box, so we had the idea maybe it looks like a Type 9. So they went ahead and kind of made it somewhat look like a Type 9. Oh, that's not a force field. This is telling us the area of our build and repair system. So build and repair is a mod that actually that basically does automated welding. So anything within the build and repair radius actually gets automatically built. So that's not a force field, that is build and repel welding things together. But yes, it kind of does look like a force field. And one thing I have to be really careful about is falling a couple blocks can kill you. But yeah, I will also mention in vanilla Space Engineers, 1.9D of gravity is too much for your jetpack. I actually had to modify the jetpack in order for it to work on 1.9 Gs of gravity. But yeah, now having that, having a good jetpack is awesome. We actually had a weakened jetpack before, and that was absolutely painful. That was absolutely painful. But it was also fun. Fun but painful at the same time. Let's see, heal. So yeah, I don't really completely know how everything works on the ship because I'm not kind of the main architect of that ship. That would be my friend Crimson Wolf Dragon, who I don't think is in the chat yet. But yeah, what we really need is tons and tons of iron. We have a iron shortage, bad, really bad. Let's see, do we have any steel plates? Nope, we are completely out of steel plates, just as I thought. Alright, so I am going to turn Issy's inventory back on. And I am going to actually do what I was saying I was going to do. I need to go mining and pick up some iron. And I have an iron location that I marked from up above. So I'm basically going to go outside and go pick up some iron. Let's make sure like that everything's all set on this miner. Yep. Let's unlock the parking gear. Let's basically check things that let's check that I'm still not locked down somewhere. Let's see. Alright, where am I locked this time? No, I think yes. Oh, okay. What am I locked? Well, there we go. And that little bump you hear, that's all. We do have shields on this ship. And that bump, that noise is thruster damage, basically saying you're causing a bit of thruster damage. Alright. Let's work on safely navigating this little ship in between these big ships. Feather the throttle a little bit. And let's go up to space. Which I think we have enough fuel for that. Yeah, I guess that's right. I guess I need to do this. And I know you kind of played a little bit of Space Engineers a while back. Have you thought about giving it another try? What was that? Oh, yeah, that reminds me. That's another good game. I really like that game too. How's the 1.8 team map going then? I didn't know you were back on working on mental block stuff. How's that kind of going? Well, cool. That sounds like it might be fun. I admit I haven't actually done much with your mental block stuff in a long time, but it sounds cool if you're kind of wanting to work on reviving it. But I will admit, I was actually kind of nervous about starting to stream again. I think I stopped streaming for a while, and I was just nervous about starting again. But it's good to see everyone in here. It's good to kind of chat with everyone, and I still have a lot of different games I think planned for today. I'll probably play some other games as well. And feel free, if you're lurking a little bit, feel free to speak up if you want, and you can also continue to lurk. That's also cool too. But yeah, kind of what I need to do here is I need to get into space, and I am working on taking off and getting into space because I have an ion spot way up here which I am gonna be grabbing and getting a bunch of ion. And we haven't had much luck finding things like ion on this planet for some reason. I think the only spot we've found was ion, all rocks. So, and I think the reason we're not finding ion is Yeah, that's yeah, that sounds like yeah. I haven't had a stream going poorly. I just haven't streamed enough, and it gets depressing when you only have like one or two viewers, and you know that the only viewers that you have are basically your friends. But yeah, that's kind of that's the exact kind of thing I would have too. But yeah, honestly, consistency is key. Yeah, you're right. And that's at the end of the day, that's what everyone is. They all become a good community becomes friends with their community. So that at the end of the day, a good community is all friends. They might not be super close friends, but they all become kind of friendly with each other. That's a good key point of a good community is everyone's friendly with each other. No one wants a community that's toxic. That's definitely that's definitely a no-no. You do not want people who come on and are very toxic. You want people who can feel comfortable about talking about things. You want people to just feel comfortable coming in, saying hi, and maybe if you're doing any kind of multiplayer, feel comfortable joining in. So yes, I definitely agree. Friends are a great audience. Yes. And the other thing I have to do is I have to ignore that viewer count. That's another way to get depressed is to look at the viewer count. I just have to ignore it. I have to train myself not to look at the viewer count. I have to remember not everyone's gonna be watching it live. Some people might come later and watch the VOD. So ignoring the viewer count I guess is very important. Alright, you know what? I think I'm close enough now that I can start feathering on this part of the throttle. But yeah, I was busy talking and I didn't even notice that gravity was almost gone. And yeah, this most definitely had enough fuel. Most definitely. I have to I have to give kudos to Crimson Wolf Dragon for designing this ship that I am shamelessly borrowing from him. But yeah, that's the other nice thing about setting up a server is before I set up a Space Engineer server, I had to go we had a bunch of bad experiences on multiplayer. We had some there were some multiplayer servers that weren't always the best. So the server was usually fine, but the issue was there was a lot of server issues at the server we were playing with. So we had to keep restarting multiple times, and that just started to get very annoying. And eventually, everyone kind of left. So it's kind of been fun by running my own server that I can bring in all my friends, bring in some of my friends, and actually have a fun experience. That's actually been a lot of fun. Hey Ezra, good to see you in. So yes, Ezra, if you don't know, Ezra is one of the people who's been playing with me on the server. Yeah, you know what? I might pop into Discord. I think I can safely leave that there.
There he is.
Hey
Hey,
guys.
Space.
So yeah. Oh. So yeah, so you guys are still working on a bit of Elite Dangerous stuff?
No. I just crashed the desktop, so I'm probably gonna hop on the server.
Oh, awesome. Well, we all should have some. Everyone should hop on and have some fun. And yeah, I am, as you noticed, I am actually live. So if you're
Hmm.
watching the stream, you might have a bit of echo.
I've already muted it in the background.
Yeah, I figured that.
I'm used to that style.
Yes, we're all used to it, and that reminds
I,
me, and I already gave a shout out to you, or earlier on, but I need to give a shout out to Bean because he's kind of the main guy for all Space and Geo stuff. So I'm gonna
yeah.
post that there,
Well, guess what? I just
and I'm gonna close that. I don't want
I,
that
I'll
audio
be.
to show up.
If you don't mind me saying, Space Builder, if it weren't for Bean, some of us wouldn't have even met each other.
Yes, you're right. He's an excellent Aussie. He's an excellent person. He's probably one of the, other than Zockley. So I'll mention the way I met Bean was through Zockley. So I used to go. I used to be part of Zockley's community, and eventually through
Ah,
Zockley, was how I met Bean.
fair enough.
So and I'm still a part of Zockley's community. I still have a tier 1 sub for him that I've had for like probably 6 years now.
Oh, jeez.
Yes.
Hey, you got a bucket list with him. Jeez.
Well, I, I haven't watched his stream and I haven't really watched super heavily in a long time. I just never canceled it. But that's kind of the approach I had to old streamers because Zockley was the first person I subbed to.
Fair enough. First one you ever interacted with. I still interact with a few that I didn't know I was going to interact with for a very long time.
Yeah, I keep that's kind of why I still have to sub is because it's something, it's probably the first one, and I'll be quite honest with my job. $5 is practically nothing. I can afford to keep a few subs, but I basically I generally keep it to the most important people.
Of course. I try to sub to people. 9 times out of 10, I had people gift subs to me. So,
Well, gifting
and then I
subs is
feel
a nice
bad.
thing. Well, gifting subs is a nice thing, especially when it's a community gift, because when you become a part of the community, you become part of the Twitch algorithm. And the Twitch algorithm sees that you're in the chat for a little while, and I think the more you're in the community, the higher the weight is when
Oh yeah,
the Twitch algorithm gives you a sub. Which
yeah. Well, it's
I,
not
I,
just.
I have to take responsibility. I probably gifted subs to most of your community a few days ago.
You do. But like I've been a part of communities only for a few seconds and I've gotten gifted subs. And don't get me wrong, that is phenomenal. But don't spend it on me. If if I can, I will sub to a person, like Space Builder, for instance.
Yeah,
But I'm not.
I have to be careful about not about wasting money, but I'm still, well, so Rosat does YouTube. So subs on YouTube. Oh, well, I guess well, I guess might be talking about Twitch too. Because I think I don't actually, he does a bit of Twitch, but he mostly does YouTube. So
Oh,
that's he goes live on YouTube, which is also a very good platform.
yeah.
Honestly, it's probably a better platform for discoverability than Twitch is.
Uh, sometimes, like I've had, I haven't posted a video on YouTube, and I have more Twitch viewers than I have YouTube subscribers.
Yeah, to be
Like I
honest,
may have
the way
posted one
the
video.
only way I'm having a bunch of viewers this time is I advertised on my Full Essentials Discord, which is the mod I maintain.
and
Uh huh.
there were about 700 users on that Discord.
Fair enough.
I didn't. I refused to mention everyone, but I did mention at heel. So I basically, and I feel a little bad about that. I don't like. I honestly hate mentioning people, and
Though,
I usually try to make sure that it's within the rules of the content. So for example, I do not advertise on a server if I'm not doing anything
yeah.
in that kind of situation. So
Um,
if I'm not doing Minecraft, doing if I'm doing Minecraft, I'm not gonna advertise on Bean's channel. And right now,
you're
even though I'm playing Space News, I'm still doing an Ask Me Anything for my Fortress Sensor stuff.
yeah. But if if you know, if I go live, say I'm playing Space Engineers, I might tag Bean's Discord only because I know it's a Space Engineers community.
Exactly.
All right, but I do not do add everyone in those servers.
Well, no, you if you're not in that server, you don't do it.
No.
I can only do I can do at Heo because I own the Fortress Sensors Discord. So
Mm-hmm.
I can do that because I am the owner. I don't like doing it because even though I'm the owner, I don't like advertising in my own Discord, especially if I'm not doing something Fortress Sensors related. So, for example, this is the first time I've ever done an at Heo in my Fortress Sensors Discord. I
Mm-hmm.
normally stick to my personal Discord and I allow people who join that Discord. That's what I use for streaming. It's a much smaller community.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I have mixed feelings about kind of switching over. I do want to kind of get people involved, and I just don't want to bug people, but I want to kind of get people involved. And we had a few people come. I had a few people come on from the my community who it's it's I put a lot of effort into it. People, it's
Yeah.
really the Forza Center stuff I've done has enabled a lot of people to actually have very good servers. So people have been able to keep their server running. It's basically Forza Centers is like Torch for Minecraft. That's really
Ah.
it's very much similar to Torch. Yes, I see that. That O2 marker is extremely clear to me. Which reminds me, I should probably go find some ice. Let's see here.
but
Yeah, that might
like,
be a good idea.
like, I
I should probably
wanted to
wait.
point.
I should probably find some ice before I run out of O2.
Well, why
Luckily,
you?
since I removed the mod that caused O2 to go down super quickly, I'm not gonna run out of O2
Wait,
immediately.
are you borrowing Crimson's old miner?
Yes, I'm in space mining out
Okay.
some iron.
Okay. Um, I also want to point out any of your people are more than welcome to join the Discord. You're more than welcome to post your live messages in there.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point.
Okay. I have no problem with self promotion. I'm pretty cool about it because I would want the same done for me if somebody uh like if I get a shout out. I
Yeah,
always shout people out. If I know they stream, I shout them out.
yep,
All right. I don't harp on the self promotion because people are out there trying to make it as much as we are,
yes,
and they may
and
be even less fortunate than us.
yeah, and I just need to start getting consistent so I can get the affiliate. That's something that and I just remembered I don't have an SO command set up yet. I'll have to set that up later.
I can help you with that later if you need help with it.
Yeah, I think I vaguely recall how to do it. I think it's probably with the Streamlabs bot. I just haven't
Hmm.
got that configured. I have the Nightbot configured, but
I
I haven't configured it a lot this in a while.
but I'm gonna tell you the AMA thing. To ask me anything. Um, feel free to ask any one of us. We play Elite, we play Space Engineers, we play all kinds of games together. It's kind of fun and weird at the same time.
Yeah, that's yes. It is very fun to have. It's fun to basically play with friends. That's honestly super fun. Which
So, when one of our community, and this is what I kind of want to do from now on, if one of our community starts streaming, we support them.
yeah, I think we should. And all I I I have a friend of mine who their Twitch account is messed up. So they're sending me IM. So I give me a moment. They want access to the Discord. So let me invite them in.
Fair enough.
Let's see.
Go ahead.
Let's
Go
see.
ahead.
Yep.
Um, just be warned, I gotta set permissions, but that's it.
All right.
If you can't, if I can't set permissions, Eric can, you can, and Crimson can.
So yeah. So yeah, Minecraft is another friend of mine. So Minecraft, he's a good friend of all of us, and one of the things he does is he is basically he's one of the main people on the Cubic Chunks in the Cubic Chunks mod. So he doesn't actually do any modding, but he's basically the main tester. He he's the kind of the main tester for the Cubic Chunks community, and he runs the official Cubic Chunks server. So he basically that's one of the biggest things he does is he does a lot of cool stuff with that. And
Fair
he
enough.
actually he's designed some really cool presets. So one of the cool things we have with Cubic Chunks, which he's basically designed these presets, is he has a super cool server known as the Cracked World, and it has multiple layers that go all the way from below bedrock to he has many different layers up and below
Yeah.
up above bedrock and below bedrock. So it's some pretty cool stuff if you play Minecraft. There's some pretty cool stuff with Cubic Chunks. Let's see here.
There's
Yeah.
a lot that I have planned. I know that I am going to be talking to a good stream friend of ours over on my channel. I didn't know that we were collaborating today, Space Builder, but
Well, I didn't
okay.
know we were collaborating either until you asked me to join the Discord.
But something for Space Engineers, so look forward to that. I will be streaming that. I don't know if Space Builder will. It's up to him.
Well,
His channel, his rules.
I'm starting. I'm only just starting my channel, so I want to start doing it more consistently. My idea is I'm gonna try to start going live on the weekends at about 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time.
Anytime's a good time.
Yep. And this is
Anytime.
kind of a good time that works best for me is kind of and it also gets me out awake earlier.
hmm
So yeah, that's kind of the schedule I'm gonna eventually start doing.
But yeah.
Yes, it is asteroid standard time up here.
But we've got a lot of good people hanging around.
Yep.
If you want access to the Elite Chat, understand that the access to the Elite Chat has to do with Elite Dangerous. I am planning on changing the roles a little bit so that we don't have to worry about our friends that come in and say there's nothing here, because when we add them, they only see the welcome screen.
Yep. And I'm gonna go ahead and post a link to your Discord in my chat so that you can so that people can go ahead and basically come in, give you a visit.
Hey, Crimson.
Hey, welcome in. So yeah, I apologize. I stole your vinyl.
Yeah, that's fine. The old one.
Yes. Well,
If he doesn't get mad at me for stealing his miner and almost breaking it, then you'll be fine.
well, yes, I know that. I was kind of joking a little bit, but yes, I'm picking up iron because, well, we apparently are having we're apparently still having an ion shortage. So I basically decided, oh, I have a waypoint for ion up in space. So I'm going to, I went up to space, went to pick up some ion, and now I'm heading home. And yes, my O2 is low. Luckily,
Oh yeah.
I think I'll be able to land in time. And here's another good thing: If if my life support fails, my ship's not gonna blow up when my life support fails.
No, you'll just die, and then we'll have to retrieve the ship at some point.
Yes, exactly.
Um, I would also like to make a note, Crimson. We probably should modify that thing with an oxygen tank if you haven't already.
Yep.
So it just needs ice, and it needs ice, but that's really all. And to be honest, I made another rookie mistake of not having an oxygen bottle.
Oh, it happens.
However, I'm at 37%. We don't have the mod that we don't have the super fast oxygen mod set up anymore, so there will be plenty of oxygen. That's enough oxygen to actually
Oh,
land.
Space Builder, I don't mean to interrupt, but the paint gun just flagged an error.
Okay, what was the error that it gave?
It didn't give an error per se, but it said something about I or something. Probably needs to be updated.
Alright, I haven't seen anything, but I haven't messed with the paint gun. And also, you don't need the paint gun, remember. Well, I guess you kinda do. But we have to have plugin on there that allows us to do faction painting. So yes, I haven't actually messed with the paint gun because we have the faction paint mod or faction paint plugin.
I'm not like in a rush to worry about it, so.
But yeah, for those on the stream, you're all welcome to join me. I have a group set up that to get access to the server, you have to join the group. But anyone's welcome to join us.
We'll gladly accept you. Just remember, just note that most of our ships are set up for about 16 players right now.
And you're also welcome to join and set up your own faction. That's also perfectly welcome. We can if you want to join but you want to have your own start, you're also welcome to have your own faction. Just remember, we're all on the planet called Omnicron. So if you want to play with other people, be on the Omnicron.
I would also like to make a note here. Most of us aren't into PvP, so
yeah, no, yes. I'll be very clear. PVE only. So do not. So I'm gonna clarify.
Okay.
PvP is allowed, but only if both players agree to it. So for example, if a player has a base, that going to their base and doing any kind of damage to their base is not allowed. However, if you want to basically do a dogfight with a player and both players have 2 ships, that's a super fun thing to do. So you can go have a dogfight with your ships. That's perfectly fine. Just don't go and blow up someone's base. That's gonna get you removed ASAP.
I have a screenshot that I'm going to send you.
Alright. And yes, my oxygen is critical.
Showing this. Space Builder, where are you? And this is just for bug logging and everything. We're still doing the bug logging, but so far the mods aren't like critically behind. It's the red text there up on the screen. If you can see it, hopefully you can.
So that reminds me. So Minecraft basically joked around. He tried to look for Leafa, and apparently they're not a server. So I never met that person. So who is Leafa? Because yes, there was that message that's in the Discord.
Leafa.
So there's some. So I think you had in your Discord. It's in the
Rules channel 4.
Oh, Lifa is one of my old admins. He left and did something else, so I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, old admin.
Yeah, I figured that. But yeah,
Used
Minecraft,
to
we'll
play
set
with
up the roles. The roles. Don't worry about that channel. No one's using it. It's empty.
and Space Builder. If you feel the need, you can create a Space Engineers chat with the Hangouts if you want to.
Yeah, I'll mess around with that late one. Well, I can't need to deal with O2 right now. I
Don't worry about it right now. I'm just
yes.
saying.
Luckily,
Uh,
I am only about 27 kilometers from the rover, assuming the rover hasn't moved.
Now, I'm still assuming you still have that base up there, right?
Yes, that's actually the base is right by Ion. There's an Ion spot within about a kilometer from a couple kilometers from the base.
Okay.
So there was a lot of resources up there. That's exactly where I went. Is I went up there to grab some iron.
What may happen is we may have to take the. I don't know if you heard our conversations before, but we may have to take the ship off the ground and take it to space before it's finished.
Yeah, I heard that. That's kind of what I've been thinking. And Crimson, yeah, I was talking with Crimson last night, and he already tested it, and it's all basically all ready to go.
In the current standard form.
Yes, it's all.
Yep.
It's pretty
Okay.
much ready to go. And that's
It
part of why I
can-
went and did this ion trip.
We have to get Reap.
Yes.
And I don't know if I could convince him to hop on for 5 seconds and pop his ass into the.
Well, we
Us.
can hold off until like Monday when you're ready to go live with your Space Indio stuff. I think we can hold off until you're ready to do it. Because I know you
Okay,
don't
yeah.
usually like to stream on the weekend, so we can hold off until then. And actually, to be honest, so I'm gonna probably continue to work on my little ship, and what I might do is I might leave the ship back on the rover. So when we take off, we're probably gonna leave the big rover behind. I can leave my little ship once I finish it up. I can leave it down on the rover. So if anyone gets
Oh,
left
fair enough.
behind, they can take the ship up to us. And it is darker than molasses.
Considering that it just went nighttime, yeah. Oh, if you're joining, you're gonna have a whole bunch of fun. 2Gs will kill you.
And
It's
yes,
darker than hell.
And I'm a dirty cheater.
What do you mean by dirty cheater?
I just changed the time of day.
Oh. How many times have we changed the freaking time of day? Does that even count as cheating?
I'm not sure it does. And to some people it does. But yes, some people would consider it cheating. And
Well,
it
We
is.
just need to craft beds and like go to sleep, and then it'll be daytime again, right?
Well, unfortunately, you can't do that with. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't actually do that. And thanks for the host, Ezra. Unfortunately, in Minecraft, you can't actually. Not mine. I have Minecraft on the brain as well. But unfortunately, in Space Neos, there isn't a way to make it daytime when you sleep in a
No.
bed.
Yeah,
I-
To be honest, that would
I
actually
know
be
there
that would
wasn't.
make a good mod, honestly. that
I
would
knew
make
there
a good
wasn't.
mod.
I was being dumb. I knew there wasn't.
Yes,
It
you're right.
definitely
It's
cheat-
definitely cheating if you have hostile mobs. We don't have any hostile mobs, but the reason I'll say it's still technically cheating because we're all admin. So we're basically using admin rights, and anyone who's not an admin would not have the ability to use these admin rights. So that's the only part of it
but
that is cheating. But it's
we
borderline
also-
cheating.
We also kind of envisioned that if we had other communities join us, that we would inevitably not use admin tools
Yes.
at all. Right now, it's just us. We don't we don't really have a need to worry about that, and I believe me, you, and Crimson are the only admins.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. It's only us. Reaper is not an admin, for example. So, and we're actually, if people joined us, there's usually probably gonna be one or the three admins on to change the daytime. So there's probably always gonna be someone on who can change daytime if needed. And to be honest, what really needs to happen is I need to spend some time tweaking the daytime cycle, because I think the cycle is too big.
Oh, by the way, welcome home.
Oh yeah, yeah. Rosat noticed that I do have 100% O2 because I think there's an AO vent on Heal.
Yep.
Crimson went ahead and modified that for this planet, so. Of course, I still think you're having a thruster issue.
Well,
That
I'm kind of
vehicle.
missing a thruster somewhere.
Probably.
Well, no, I know I'm missing a thruster because I was playing around with this minor at one point, and I kind of damaged it, I think.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah. And I damaged it, but I had already taken a schematic before, so I basically... Well,
Hey,
no, I didn't have a schematic
dude.
before. I grabbed the schematic from the backup, put it on a projectile, and basically fixed the damage.
Before you put that in the rover,
Mm-hmm.
take it through the ship and see if you can do like a full 360.
So, through where on the ship?
The docking bay.
The Hano Bay. Yeah, yeah, might as well. Might as well test out the Hano Bay. That's a good idea.
Because it's not going to hurt us if we do.
Yeah, might as well. That's a good point. Thanks for reminding me. Might as well test out this Hano Bay.
Because that'll give me a good idea of what to expect. Can we get that build and repair block off, the area off of the ship?
You mean the little rover thing? Yeah, the skeleton of the ship. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, the big ship still has a box around it.
Oh, that box. Yeah, I can turn that off.
There you go.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
yes, this looks like there's plenty of room for us to move this little thing around. So I'm actually
Okay,
gonna go
the-
ahead and dock up over here.
No,
Okay,
because the main system is still the rover right now.
a good point. I almost forgot about that.
And this system hasn't been modified with build and repairs yet. So
All right.
we're kind of keeping the materials off of the big ship.
So yeah,
But
part of the reason I'm actually got more materials is I actually want to get that little ship of mine built, and I turned off the projectile because, well, I didn't want to be my little ship to be fighting with all other stuff. So I didn't want my little ship to be interfering with trying to get all those thrusters built because we kind of
Yellow.
need those thrusters. Hello.
Hey, Reap.
Hi.
We were just talking about you. Did you feel your ears burning?
A little bit.
Yep. So yeah, I am
Oh,
actually. Yeah.
Sorry, Reap, there might be a little damage to your rover. I did reattach your wheel.
That's fine.
Your wheels.
What
So-
happened
I'm
to your-
playing
what ti-
Battlefield right now.
What happened to his rifle? I didn't even know something happened to it.
Wheel popping
Ezra
syndrome.
punched it.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
What happened to the other rover?
It wasn't. Yeah, it was Keen. Keen punched the rifle.
I still blame Ezra.
Reap's rover took a life in the process. It took my rover.
Oh, yikes! That's.
I'm not worried about it. That rover was going to end up staying behind anyway, and probably
Alright.
would have inevitably ran out of power anyway. So
All right. Well, there's probably a backup somewhere if we really want it but I'm sure you already have a schematic.
I do not have a schematic of that ship.
Oh, okay. I can probably look at the backup, which reminds me.
You should be able to send me the backup data too. So
Yes. Well, I'll have to find the right one because what could have happened is the most recent backup could have been the scrap. So when it got damaged, there could have been basically a scrap of a rover.
That was done this afternoon ish.
Alright.
I would say about 1 o'clock, 12 to 1.
Alright.
I can't give you an exact time frame because I wasn't really paying attention to the time.
Is it 12 to 1 or is it 1 to 12? Because one of those is very large time difference.
It happened around lunchtime.
So here's another
Okay.
thing is, so backups are set up to backups will not get deleted until 60 days after they've been created. So I set the
Okay.
backup interval extremely large. So
That's absolutely fine.
yeah, there shouldn't be any worry. There should be no worry about losing anything because there's tons of history on the backup stuff. The biggest risk you're gonna have with the backup is I don't have any backup to an external drive. So if there was an issue with the drive itself, everything's gonna be lost. But other than that, there's gonna be backup. Other than that, there's backup.
Oh no, there is no NFSW channel.
Yes.
Not yet.
Well, there is, but no one's using it.
Not yet.
No, I completely removed it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's. Yeah, there was one, but no one was using it. Yeah, and I figured because I figured because you didn't have anyone other than admins in it, that it wasn't really a real channel.
Yeah. I gotta delete those rules.
Yeah, so Minecraft was joking earlier. Give me access. I'll put some stuff there. But yeah, we don't really need a not safe for work channel. Well, no. Here's the funny thing: have a not safe for work channel, but post things that are safe for work.
It's all OSHA violations.
That's our Eric, everybody. Must be recorded. Oh no.
OSHA.
I think you're about to get your first clip, is what I think is about to happen.
Maybe. Well, yes, that might happen.
Now, I ended up deleting the NFSW channel because there was nobody in it besides myself, and I was like, no one's gonna use this.
Well, yeah, and and that's the thing. That it doesn't really need to. An NFW channel doesn't truly need to exist. It's a good channel for things that are more adult oriented. So if there's some stuff that's kind of
I mean, if it
TOS
becomes a
related, it's kind of a good place for like TOS memes.
Yeah.
But I would still say, don't post your porn in an NFW channel in that server.
I would
Keep
I
that
would
stuff
also,
out of it.
I would also like to argue that if it does become a popular demand, I'll add it back. You are so very wrong, Space Bowler, according to Minecraft.
Yes, I see
Are
that.
you streaming right now?
Yes, he is.
Oh, Space Builder's streaming right now. That explains why I can't see you online.
I'm not streaming. I was supposed to have my electric done today, but that never happened.
Well, at least you have your good internet now.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, no frame lags, and Space Engineers trying to connect to the server. So.
Oh, good. So yeah, I actually a while back I lowered my output quality, I think to like 360. So I lowered my output
because I didn't want it to be using. I wanted to make sure it wasn't using too much bandwidth.
Fair enough.
So that and it makes it easier for people to watch. I'm not a big streamer. I do not
oh.
need. I do. I'm not. I know I'm not gonna be. I'm not a big streamer. I'm not even an affiliate yet. So I know I'm not gonna get live transcoding. So.
God damn, dude.
What?
Almost Lucky pigged it there.
I have the ability for live transcoding just because I'm an affiliate.
Exactly. But I know
So-
I will not be getting that. So my current approach is
But
I'm gonna
that's the
stream
w-
at a acceptable rate, not super low, but also not super high.
That's the weird thing about all of this, though. I just got back into streaming about a month ago. I have been getting live transcoding for everything after the internet got changed.
So here's one thing that I'm thinking. It's possible that they changed their algorithm. Maybe they have more support for live transcoding.
They might. They absolutely could. I was gonna put an air vent in this area, but I don't know.
Why put an air vent when you could put a hair vent?
That's our reap for you.
Well, right now I don't have any good dad jokes, so I'm not gonna be able to.
Please do not do the dad jokes.
Well, I don't have any of them, and honestly, it's sad that I can have even any jokes at all, dad jokes, because I'm not a dad, so having dad jokes is just kind of sad. It means I'm around too many older people.
Alright, tell us some sad jokes.
Nah, I'm not going to.
I'm trying to tell you my life story.
That works
Aw.
too.
Well, if you're streaming on the weekends and then I'm streaming on the weekdays, that means potentially everybody. Oh, God bless it. Ouch.
If you're streaming on the weekends and he's streaming on the weekdays, who's flying the plane?
Well, that's a good question. I think that's Crimson's job to fly the ship. And, well, I think Bean has already banned himself from flying any of Ezra's ships.
My ships are too much for him.
No, they're just too much for his Bean.
Oh, jeez. We have too much time and effort on our hands.
Yeah, though, with all that aside, I think we're having far less issues here than we were having on the
Oh,
Realms
yeah.
of Asgard.
Oh yeah, it's night and day. There is no chance that we'll ever go back. Draconis might be a possibility, but
Yeah. I've been kind of thinking about that. I might want to give that a try for basically that. So that's the thing is I've been kind of thinking that I want to give All right, hold on. Why is my Okay. I must have let my oxygen go low or something. Oh, I probably ran out of food. I probably ran out of food. That's probably why I died, and I wasn't paying attention to it.
Okay, what blew up?
Yeah, I was just connecting up my new miner. Still had my dampeners on.
Oh, gotcha. You did the thing, and then it caused everybody to go, "What the hell?" Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry if I'm not PG enough for your stream there.
It's fine. I do not have a family-friendly tag on it,
Oh.
and I
He was
try
prepared for me.
I try to keep my chat. I try to stay family-friendly, but that is not a tag that I plan to ever to put on the stream for a long time. So my goal is I want it to be mostly PG, so like PG-13. I
Fair
want to
enough.
avoid having having too much language, but I'm also not going to say I'm not also not
Are
going to put a requirement that it has to be super high stuff. It's more of I like to keep my speak mostly
Yeah.
within the PG-13 requirements. I'm not gonna. I'm in a Discord chat. I'm not gonna require other people in the Discord chat to also keep within those requirements. And I'm also, I will admit, I'm probably gonna. There's probably gonna be a few times that I'm going to cuss because something happened. So I'm
you cussing? That's an odd mixture.
I will cuss if something happens bad, but
That really
it'll be
frustrates you,
a
yeah.
yes, it'll be a different type of cuss, and it'll probably be like one time. So I'll probably if something happens, I might have the have do the F bomb once or twice.
Your friend's already posted going into the off chat memes and stuff. So, he's just making it his channel at this point.
Well, you should see that his Discord, which I think he needs to give you an invite though. But you should see his Discord. He has lots of memes for that, and I have another viewer. So welcome in. So UT, what I've been kind of doing is I've been kind of doing a bit of an ask me anything for Full Essentials, but at the same time, I am playing another game. I got bored of Minecraft, so I'm playing Space Engineers. So
Which is
welcome.
Because you're playing
another-
Elite Dangerous.
Yes, well, I could play Elite Dangerous too. I feel like Space Engineers right now.
No, but it says you're playing Elite Dangerous on Discord.
Wait a minute, that...
What?
Oh, Discord?
Yeah.
That's weird.
It says I'm playing Elite Dangerous. Doesn't even say that space is online because you're probably invisible.
Yeah, I have streamer mode enabled.
I get you two confused all the time.
Oh.
Gee, thanks.
Yeah, I'm like, so to be honest, I have my privacy settings set to the highest setting. So you're not gonna see what I'm doing at all on Discord. But yes, welcome in UT. It's good to see you as well. So UT is another person correct me if I am butchering the name. UT is another person who's contributed to Full Essentials. So, and
Nice.
that's one of the things is I want to get more people like him, basically making pull requests, because that's the one way that the mod is going to stay alive. Because I am not going to be able to I no longer can really keep the mod going, so I have to give it back to the community, and I will basically stay as a helping hand to the community, but the community basically is going to step up. Otherwise, I hate to say it, but the mod is going to die if the community does not step up.
That's fair. That is absolutely fair. Creating a mod and doing it by yourself is no easy feat.
And here's the thing: I didn't actually create the mod. I took over
Oh.
maintaining it about 5 years ago. So I'm not even the guy who wrote it. I'm just the guy who's been maintaining it.
Fair. But
But I've been maintaining it long enough that it's basically my mod.
fair enough.
I'm just humble enough to remember the people who came before me. The people who, when I
That's all you
joined,
can
they
do.
were the important people, and I think I looked up to them when I joined, and now I know there are probably people who look up to me for keeping that thing alive. So eventually you have to pass on the torch. Eventually you'll be someone
Yep.
else that everyone's looking up to.
Passing the torch is a necessary evil.
Yep. And in a lot of ways, I still like to have control because, well, I'm attached to the mod. I don't want it to die, and I do not want it to go to someone who puts it in a bad situation. So I'll probably want to retain control by basically going to a leadership mode. So the
Yeah.
goal is, I want the community to help, and I'll act as a guiding hand to ensure that things are stable. And I guess if there's a pretty big bug, I might come back and basically make some bug fixes.
Fair enough.
But yes, now I remember what I was doing. I died, so I lost all my inventory. So I need to get some tools and get some oxygen and some hydrogen. And this time I'm gonna pick up an oxygen bottle.
You going back out in the endless black?
Not yet, but I might as well just have one in my inventory ahead of time. That would probably be a wise decision. Let's see, grinder.
No. I want you to go
You know,
here.
finally we have iron. That's awesome. Let's see, what are we missing now? Okay, now we're just missing things like silicon and cobalt. Alright, so that means I can reallocate the dice code to work on cobalt. Because we now actually have iron.
The dice codes have been producing the materials that we need the most of, so.
So yes, I noticed they were working on magnesium, but they weren't working on iron. So I had to basically put some iron in front of it for them to focus on iron. But yeah,
That's fine.
we need some platinum. Oh no, we need cobalt. So yes, we need to make some cobalt, and
We're kind of playing this as we go. We're not really in a rush to do anything, but we just want to get off this damn planet. This planet has caused us more issues than it's actually worth.
well, first we had no jetpack, and we were slamming into the surface of the planet.
And now we're slamming into the surface of the planet with jetpacks.
Yes, exactly. This planet does not like us.
Nope.
The
It
only good thing about
doesn't like
the only good thing about having the jetpack is if you're very careful, you can basically get a lot more stuff done. So I have to be very, very much careful. I have to when I use the keyboard, I have to very, very lightly press on the keys and depress them, because the keyboards, it's not like a controller. Keyboards all on or all off. There is no switch in between. So if you want to make a very gentle movement, you have to put your finger on the keyboard for a microsecond.
Your fingers are doing PWM.
Basically.
Alright, well, I've got the quarters kind of boxed in.
Well, it's not a. Is it a box-shaped ship?
Sort of.
Okay, and I'll try to avoid having too many box puns, because I know you don't like them.
It didn't
Space,
say
I have a question for you.
It better not be a box pun.
It's not. Have you considered getting an analog keyboard?
Well, I don't know if it's analog, but I have physical keys.
I know there is such thing as an analog keyboard.
Well, I have a USB
It's made
keyboard.
by Razer.
Well,
It is not smart.
I'm not spending money on an expensive keyboard. The keyboard I have will do what it needs to do. I'm not spending money on an expensive keyboard. I'll keep to the normal $20 keyboard.
I only brought it up because I find it funny that Razer made a keyboard where the W, A, S, and D keys are analog.
Oh, yeah, that's actually kind of funny. That's interesting, but yeah, I definitely would say you don't really need to, and that's so. Razer makes decent keyboards, but honestly, I'm not a huge fan of something like Razer. I don't think you should spend tons of money on a keyboard.
Hmm.
You should spend on a keyboard that's going to last. You should spend a decent amount. So like, you should spend a decent amount on the keyboard. You should not buy a super cheap keyboard that's gonna fail on you. But you should also not spend like $100 on a keyboard, because that keyboard's probably gonna last just as long as a $20 keyboard.
Alright, so I see your point, but I am gonna spend the money to get a mechanical keyboard.
Fair enough.
I'd rather spend the money on better computer parts.
Nobody tells Space Builder about the subset of people who spend thousands of dollars making custom keyboards.
Well, I won't say anything bad about someone who builds a custom keyboard for a very specific purpose. There
No,
could
it's
be-
just like a regular keyboard. It's just custom. It uses all the same parts as normal keyboards too.
I don't really know. I'm not gonna say anything bad about it. At the end of the day, it's your prerogative, your paycheck. If you want to spend your money on something expensive that doesn't provide much value, it's all up to you. I prefer to spend. I have a decent amount of money, but I prefer to spend it on important stuff that's important to me. Other people might find a custom keyboard important, and therefore they want to spend money on a custom keyboard.
All right. Before this fight goes any further,
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being the moderator, y'all.
let's not argue about it. Let's do some space engineering here.
Yes, exactly.
Or some battlefielding, because apparently that's what Reap is doing.
Yep.
Almost called you Reaper. I hope you're happy.
I am a cannon.
So. Oh, that didn't work.
No, but I just find it funny that they spend more on keyboards than their computers.
Oh, you did the thing.
Oh, might as well.
Jeez. I did not realize there was a completely separate monitor for this.
Oh,
Well, okay then.
yeah, there was a mod panel.
I did not know this existed.
Wait, there's a mod panel?
Yes, there is.
Yeah. There is a mod panel. Okay, I'll rock it.
But yeah, since you're kind of acting as the moderator in all Discord, you might in all chat, and you're kind of a good friend of ours, you might as well. Unless you don't want it, you can always unmod yourself.
Well, true. Well, okay, so I just this was one of those things where I just found out that there's something new that I didn't know about. All right, I knew about the Twitch dashboard and what I could do on my end, as being a streamer, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But I did not know that there was a mod panel.
Yeah, I didn't know until a while back.
So I'm not gonna pressure you, but I mean, if you wanted to, like, I don't know, make me a mod, I kind of want to do that.
Well, might as well. You're helping out too. Let's see.
We help each other out. It's completely natural.
Yeah, I don't see you in the chat yet, but well, let's actually make sure. Let's make sure I didn't mod the wrong person. Let's see. Yeah, I think you'll need to join the chat, because I think I forgot what your full name was. There we go. There we go. Let's see, mod. There we go.
And you got a first time chatter from it.
Well, he followed, but he hasn't chatted in a while.
Yeah.
Well, he's been too busy chatting in voice.
Oh, you gotta love the space engineers community.
Where did it put this channel? Way up to the top.
But yeah, I guess I'm lucky that I have 3 monitors. So I have the game on one monitor, I'm watching and chatting another monitor, and, well.
I just have the one monitor, so I constantly have to switch. If I'm in stream mode, I have my stream chat off to the side so I can see it.
Mm-hmm.
And then if I don't catch something, I know one of you guys will, so you're not afraid to call it out in my chat, so I won't be afraid to call out things in yours.
Yeah, that's cool. And yeah, I I usually try to keep the corner of my eye towards chat. I'm probably not always going to be the best at that. I'm a lot more of a doer than a talker.
Yeah. I leave voice chat won't show up for him. It's only for
Right,
those who
that I
play
know.
it. Yeah. It's only for those that play Elite, and it's usually a means to coordinate. Uh, basically system coordinates and galaxy map stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
So how do you have the like permission set up for the team voice chat? Because I made a team chat, text chat, and I was just gonna go and basically sync up.
Well, yeah. So honestly, my take on this is, for your average person, a normal viewer, my take on it is, it should, an admin should move someone who's a normal viewer. So like,
Yeah.
so if a normal viewer wants to interact via voice, yeah, an admin should add them.
That's the way I handle that. At least when I'm doing it. Yeah, crack. Don't worry about it being spam. If it absolutely bugs the crap out of us, we'll just mute the chat.
Well, talking about muted chat, I have so many discords in my Discord, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
And I have my fingers in so many different pies, different friends from different communities that I've not brought together.
Yeah. Well, like I'm a part of so many Discord communities. I moderated for 10 of them. You know, I'm just one of those people that has always kept tabs on multiple chats.
Yeah.
And with the recent struggle, I've had to let go of some of those chats, which means I have dropped my moderator role in those chats.
Yeah, I just go join it. I generally don't leave a server once I join. So so I will, and sometimes
it's hard to consider. It really is.
Sometimes there are probably times that I'll go into a server just for entertainment. Sometimes just entertainment of seeing what other people are doing.
Yep.
In the old days, people called that people watching.
Yep.
Back when we actually went places and left our houses.
Yep. But like nowadays, you know, it's hard to keep chat, especially with stream and having to deal with all the games that we're doing. It's hard to keep tabs on just absolutely everything.
Of course, that's pretty much normal.
You know, and so I've dropped my moderator permissions in a lot of different chats, and I've even left some of those discords. One, because the community got toxic afterwards, and two, I couldn't deal with the making people upset, so I just left. Another discord that I had basically imploded on me.
Yeah, that happens.
And I've
done a lot of work to keep the Forza Central's Discord alive, and I've tried to be very good at making sure that the community is not super toxic. It's Minecraft, so there's gonna be some inherent toxicity, just because it's a Minecraft Discord, and it's very much a public Discord. Anyone can join. However, in the most cases. So I provide a server-side mod. So most of the people who are joining are server owners. There aren't really, and that's also why it isn't super big. So
So the fact it has 700 viewers is pretty significant considering it is not
yeah.
it's not a client side facing mod.
Yep. I knew a couple of. I was a moderator in a couple of discords that was well over 5,000.
Well, yeah, any kind of big mod is gonna have more viewers. It's Forza Centros is a good mod, but it's really more people aren't gonna come into people don't come to the Forza Centros Discord to hang out. They come to the
Yep.
Forza Centros Discord because
Yep.
they need help.
Yep.
That's what it's for. It's a shame that I don't have enough shadows in it to actually for it to reach partner status with Discord. It is a shame there, but it's not really the end of the world.
No.
And to be honest, if I really wanted Vanity URL, I could just pay a bunch of money to get Nitro, to boost it up to the max with Nitro.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, it's just not worth it.
No. But nowadays, you know, we have our own things that we're doing, and for us specifically now, it's focusing on what we want to do. I know Space Builder's got his job to worry about. I know Eric's got his. But with the benefit of everybody being in the Discord, you know, we get to interact on a daily basis like no other. We get to have fun. We get to chat with a lot of amazing people. Like Reap was one of those that we got to chat with, and now he's joined the Discord, and I would have to say he's a part of the team. He's a part of the family.
Yes, we're all working on kind of bringing things together.
But it also does mean that we do have to take time to focus on the others in our community, and we're all working together on this. It's not just a one-sided thing. Nobody's working alone here.
That's definitely a very important thing. We want to be a good community, and that's the thing. That's a very important thing. We want to have a strong community. We want everyone to have fun, and to be honest, I do not want to have something that in the future that's like how Realms of Asgard has become.
Yep.
I think I haven't left the Discord yet, just because sometimes it's kind of entertaining to see what's happening, but honestly, Realms of Asgard is a bit toxic.
Yep.
There hasn't been enough focus on reducing
Eric,
toxicity. And
did you log in at some point and leave your body hanging around the rover?
I probably did.
Okay. Well,
you know,
then
it's a good thing we don't have bodies disappearing.
Thank God for that, but it was just odd to see him standing over by Reap's cryopod and thinking, well, what the hell is he doing there?
It's funny how I'm just standing right outside a cryopod.
Well, that's a nice thing, and that's something we can't do on a public server because we're small enough that we have the luxury that we can have everyone on. But here's the thing: offline players actually slowly reduce the more players you have that are kept online in the game, that actually increases the amount of load on the server. So any kind of public server is not going to be able to allow that to happen.
Yep.
See your world's at.
But
And for those of you watching the stream, I apologize if people are a little bit lost. Oh yeah, and thank you for popping in, Rosette. And I apologize that I'm basically just pacing around.
hey, I do the same thing in mine.
Who just left?
Probably Reap.
Yeah.
But yeah, we just work together, and that's what we do.
Yeah, and
You
I'll go ahead and post a link to my. I might as well go ahead and if you haven't already, I might as well post a link to my to the stream.
I have not.
All right.
I figured you might want to do that since it's a personal thing.
Yeah, I forgot about it. That's what happened.
But you know, we're all
If we want to try and see if we can pressurize it or the other areas, just to make sure that it's airtight.
well you could technically pressurize it now because the windows are sealing off the outside areas in the commons area or the quarters.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out whereabouts should we put building repairs for this vehicle.
Well, you have some ports over in the sections where the M42s are. You could possibly put them in there. If you want to delve behind the wall that I did for the hydrogen tanks that are in there, you could do that too.
And no, I'm not gonna do at everyone. That's something. That's something
Yeah.
I feel only you can do, Ezra.
That's fine.
See, I feel like at everyone is something you only use if like everything is burning or like when Twitch as a whole got hacked and like everything got leaked. That's the point where you like add everyone.
Yeah,
When-
I always use at heal. I will. So the last time I used at everyone in my Full Essentials Discord was basically when I basically was retiring. So that was a kind of important information. But generally, I'm gonna stick to at heal.
You can do it here. You can do it everyone.
Well,
I
yeah.
personally don't care.
I know.
Just simply for the fact that it's a little bit easier to grab the attention of somebody.
Yeah, I agree. And in a way, so the biggest reason I am a lot more careful is because I am used to a really big Discord, and I don't want to mention 700 people because I know a lot of people have different hours. Like Zessalon, for example, is Dutch and from the Netherlands, so he has to go to bed, and I do not want to be waking up people in the middle of the night. So I never use at everyone unless it's important because I know people can mute the server and whatnot, but as a principle, I will not ever want to wake people up if they're sleeping.
No.
I don't. Well, here's. I definitely would not want to wake someone up and then have them come in upset into the stream.
Granted, I have never been woken up by Discord, so
Me
No,
neither.
I haven't either. I haven't either.
Yeah, same here. But I know some people who just got really upset about it. But
I
yeah,
don't know how we're gonna pressurize the rooms, but I do know that most of it should be airtight.
mhm.
I just noticed something annoying about the car.
Oh.
The seats are not centered. The pilot seat is off to the side because there's two seats in the front.
Well, this is what you get for paying too much attention to detail.
Granted, it's such a big ship, it's not as big of a deal as with like the Adder.
God damn it. Did I not put a door in there?
Well,
No, I did.
at least it's not
Okay.
like the Imperial Cutter where you slammed into a space station.
It is
Oh,
the
I am
Imperial.
flying it.
Oh.
It is the Imperial Cutter.
I wasn't paying attention. then.
That's why I flew into the station because the pilot seat was off center.
Yes.
No,
You know, it's a
you
good
had
thing
too
we have
much-
enough side thrusters on this big ship of ours. Because we don't want it to slam into a Coriolis station.
Well, that's if we ever took it into a Coriolis station, which would be damn near impossible because it's bigger than the mail slot.
It is the mail slot.
Yeah, you're right.
Um,
This ship probably is bigger than the mail
slot.
Crimson, I know a critical component we're missing.
Probably just barely though.
We are
Oh.
missing a lot of freaking gyros.
Yeah, we don't have any gyros, do we?
But anyway, I am going to go AFK for a moment. I'll be back in a little while. So you have. So I'll be back in a little while.
I'll take over the con for you.
Yeah.
Hello. I've got this area pressurized.
Fair enough.
I'm probably gonna finish loading up this.
Check, check.
Check.
Yes, I've muted the stream for now. Yeah, I'm on an intermission right now. That's why I've muted. No, but I forgot to mute.
Here right
Well,
at the
right,
moment.
right now they have oxygen in them, so it's not a big deal. But we also
Yeah.
need to think about what happens if this window goes. You know, not that it's a likely chance that it'll go, but
Well, we could change one of these floor panels into an air block air vent.
All right, so I'm
it-
back now.
welcome back. Yeah, because those go all the way down the corridor of the ship, don't they?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they pretty much go to the very front.
Cabins are pressurized. Crimson took the time to get the cabins pressurized, and they're technically ready for decor, but I am leaving that until Crimson's done with his things. Because I know his big priority is making sure this ship gets pressurized. Be warned, you're about to lose all conjunction with the outside area. I'm about to close the hangar.
All right. I'm actually outside, so
There's doors on the left and right side, so it's not. I'm not.
yeah, I
closing
saw
all the
them. I
doors.
saw them. I've been using those.
Okay, I'm gonna move Chad to over. Wait,
But yeah, it's a little bit more quiet now. I think it's kind of a lot of people have come and then they've kind of gone their own ways. It's a little bit more quiet now.
Yep. I'm glad you did a test of this, Crimson.
Yep.
Yeah, and then so yeah, that reminds me. We did figure out what was the issue with that vent.
Oh.
It was not connected to the conveyor network.
Oh. That makes sense.
So that's why it wasn't working. But I think something definitely was weird happening with it not showing it was pressurized.
Okay, hangar doors should be closed now, Crimson. Ready for pressurization when you're ready. How did you get your skinny little butt up there? Freaking confusing me.
I guess he is. Oh, yes, pressurization has started.
We're getting ever so closely to getting this thing off the ground and getting it to space. And that is our main goal right now.
Yeah, that's gonna be awesome.
I'm not dead.
Welcome back.
Did your computer die on you for a minute?
Windows decided it had to update right now.
Oh no!
You love to see it.
Well, maybe you can join us as space engineers.
Nope.
Maybe finish out your rover that you haven't finished yet. So
Fuck
we
the
can.
rover.
Yeah.
So
Or you,
you
could
built.
get, or you could get left on the planet.
That's fine.
So you're not gonna play space engineers.
I have decided that I have other building games that I like to play more, and they take up too much of my brain power already.
All right, delete his crap, space builder.
Nah, he might come back later. I'll leave it for the Reavers to take care of.
Okay. You built a half-finished rover out in the front.
You should take the reactor and stuff at least.
We'll be fine.
No, we probably should because that's a lot of expensive materials.
Good point. We probably should.
I mean,
It's
gonna
not
be
a
scrap.
lot. It's
a,
relatively a little.
in other words, a lot because it's a huge reactor on a very small grid that didn't need a huge reactor in the first place.
You told me to put a huge reactor on it.
I told you to put the small reactors on it.
You told me to put the 5 gigawatt one on it, and I did that. That's the 5 gigawatt one. Did you mean the 3
No.
gigawatt one? Because you said the 5 gigawatt.
Yeah, right. That is 5 gigawatts. Or what did he mean? 5 megawatts?
He had a G when he said it, so I assume gigawatts.
Perhaps it was just a typo. Who knows?
Also, I'm fairly certain that a 5 megawatt reactor would not be able to power a rover of any size.
I now, yeah, yes. Yeah, 5 gigawatt. 5 gigawatt, well, so in Space Engineers, 5 gigawatt is way too much. In Space Engineers, your normal reactor is 300 megawatt. Oh well.
Damn it, Reap, you made me die. Yes, I'm blaming you for that.
Sir, I'm not even there for you to run into me. That's impossible.
I am blaming you anyway because I just had to freaking grind down that reactor you had on your vehicle. So, technically, it's your fault.
Well, I'm wondering how you died grinding down a reactor. Did you stick the saw in your
Alright.
face or something?
I ran into the side of a ship, okay?
Yeah, that has been what's happening for us here.
Yeah, me more so than everybody else.
I don't know about me.
Ezra, did you
What?
remember your inertia dampeners?
Yes, I remembered my damn inertial dampeners.
Good.
That reminds me, if you're not on the game, you can't talk shit about Enosha Dampanos.
I agree with this rule. We're gonna keep.
I
that
wasn't talking shit about it, first of all.
And after
I was
all,
making sure he remembered.
I'm pretty sure
It would have been funny happenstance if he died because he forgot them
Well,
immediately after I asked, though.
he would have. It doesn't matter if you really bring it up or not, because if he forgets it, he's gonna die. And we've all died because we forgot all fuel.
Son of a biscuit eater, you fucking mentioned it and I turned him off and then I still ran into something, so it doesn't matter.
I died too because I ran out of jetpack, so you're not the only one.
Still doesn't make me feel any better.
That's a yeah.
Ezra, stop
Did you
trying to
want
integrate with the space
Built
station.
space builder.
Yeah. What's your question?
Your small ship. I think it's been built.
Oh yeah, I just need to get some hydrogen.
Yeah, it's being built.
Yeah, I know. It's I don't think it's done being built yet. But I did turn it on a little while ago. I don't think it's done yet. I'll have to check that in a moment.
No, it's about halfway.
Yeah, but yeah, I turned it on. It's let's see here.
Oh, I forgot. I completely sealed off that entrance. Oh my god, we got a freaking exit corridor finished. Yay.
Well, now that you
Yeah,
have an
what?
exit corridor, do you have an entrance corridor?
Yes, we have an entrance and an exit corridor. But you would know that if you played Space Engineers.
I did play Space Engineers.
For about 5 minutes.
He played it and decided it wasn't his cup of tea.
Correct.
Well, that's his problem.
Well,
It's perfectly valid,
I
too.
have to admit the learning curve takes a little more than like 5 minutes. You have to probably spend. I would say someone needs to spend at least 250 hours in Space Engineers to even be considered competent. To at least 250. But
He's sitting over here with 4,000 hours.
yeah, I have about 1700. So I have about 1,700. So I have a few hours. I don't have a ton, but you need at least.
You're not an expert by any means.
Well,
None of us are an expert.
I'm not an expert mostly because I don't sit in the game for 8,000 hours just talking.
Even most of the other guys, even Bean would say he's not an expert. He's still learning some things.
Well,
that
yeah,
can be
no
done in
one's
Space
an
Engineer.
expert.
No.
No one's really an expert. The people who are an expert are the ones who say, I've solved the game, now I give up on it, I don't want to play it anymore. Those are the quote-unquote experts. And they move on to some other game because they quote-unquote solved the game. There's people who will say they won the game, now they can move on to another. And those people miss the point of games like Space Engineers is not to win the game. The genre of Space Engineers is a sandbox game. In a sandbox game, there really is not supposed to be a win condition. If anything, there's somewhat of a win condition based on some games. There are certain things that you can do that would basically move you up towards basically winning the game, but there really isn't a win condition like Space Engineers.
Nope. We don't have a win condition. Our goal for this scenario is to kind of explore this system and see what it's got.
Exactly.
If there is an Earth-like world, we'll go settle on it and we'll build a base and
Well, I'm
we'll
pretty
call
sure
it
we
a
know
day.
there's an Earth-like world because we built the
Oh yeah,
scenario. But
I didn't build the scenario. Splitsy did.
okay.
Shoutouts to Splitsy on that one.
Huh. Okay. Yeah. I thought you added. Oh, you just added this planet. Is that correct?
No, he did the entire scenario. The only thing that's different between his and ours is the mods.
Okay. I thought you were using a different world.
No,
Okay.
nope.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, I guess you're right. I forgot to note that.
Nope. The credit goes entirely to Splitsy for the world and the conditions that we live in.
Well, yeah,
But-
we changed things around a little bit, but yeah, you're right.
You know, at the end of the day, our initial goal is to get to the somewhat forbidden world and settle on it and practically make it ours.
Yeah, we might as well call that world the Promised Land, because it's promised to us that we're gonna have less than 1.9 G.
Eden Prime is probably the best world.
All
or
right.
world name. Because Eden stands for garden,
Mm-hmm.
at least in terms of mythology.
Yes, you're right.
But at the end of the day, there are a few planets around in this system, and we probably want to send a probe down into the gas giant.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Eventually, we're gonna want to do some stuff with unmanned stuff. So we'll want to actually have a good enough defenses that we can set up some antennas.
Uh-huh. But right now, we're working on a mobile base to fulfill those goals.
Yes. And I think once we get up to space, I think we should spend a little bit of time building building a space shipyard. So you basically want to build a shipyard that the main ship can actually dock at.
Well, right now, so this is, I'm guessing, and if everybody agrees to this, that this ship will be our capital.
I agree with that, but we still need a place for this ship to kind of berth. So we need
Mm-hmm.
we kind of need a place that we can basically say, because once we get up into space, this ship we still are going to dock this ship up and basically build a bit of an outpost up in space, because
Yep.
we're going to still need a lot of resources.
Now, I would also like to point out the fact that we could possibly lock down the rover to the ground
Mm-hmm.
and put it into station mode and give it a safe zone and a connection point.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Alright. We are going to have to build relays, but just in case we need to connect back to the rover and make sure that everything's operational, because once we leave here, it's going to be in a low power state. Reactor is going off. All of the manufacturing plants will go off.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why the reactor is going off is because the reactor utilizes deuterium and not energy, and therefore we won't be here to refuel it if it ever runs out. So it's going to be reliant on solar power
Mm-hmm.
and hydrogen power.
Yep, that's a very good idea. Yeah, that reactor uses way too much power, and we don't have enough stone to keep it going.
Well, it doesn't use too much power. It produces a lot of power for what it's worth.
Yes.
But we needed that kind of a power boost to get this rover rolling.
Yes, we do.
All right. So at the end of the day, a lot of the ship's systems are going offline to conserve power and to produce more power.
Yep.
It'll be able to defend itself. It will, at least until it runs out of ammo. So, this is what I'm thinking. We pop a safe zone on it. We have zone chips,
Yep, that's a good idea.
and we call it a day for the rover. And who knows, if we do end up getting somebody that starts on Omnicron and wants to fool around in this mess, we have a base here.
Yep.
We have a rover here. If they want either one, I will be more than happy to give it to them.
Yeah.
They won't be getting the components though.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, there's still. Well, we could just give him Reap's Rover that has no power.
Mm-hmm.
But to be honest, if he doesn't want to join us, we should probably just grind it down. But however, I guess he should have taken a schematic of it. Not that there's anything here.
Schematic taken.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I was like, what's all this crap?
Inventory full.
Oh, that's the reactor. I haven't collected it yet.
Oh, we should probably collect it before it despawns.
But it's kind of annoying that he didn't want to play.
Yeah, that's all right. He
I get.
might change his mind later.
Probably not. I'm sorry, it's not my jam.
All right, that's fine.
I didn't even realize he was still here. Jesus.
Oh, he's gone silent on us. He's waiting for the best time to give us a bad joke.
Probably.
I'm not gonna give you my life story.
Oh, we already know that one.
I already said that.
Yeah.
Very, very doubtful.
Alright. Well. Can we delete his user data if he's not gonna come back?
No, I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna. I don't. I'm not gonna be. We don't need to delete his user data. You
Okay.
could, if he's in a cryopod, you could grind his cryopod down and leave him outside the rover. I don't have any qualms against that, but we're not gonna delete his data.
Delete me.
Yeah, we'll just grind you down.
Oh God, there's
Turn the
innuendo.
cryopod to high.
Well,
Oh, he popped
the
popped
cryopod does
out.
not have a built-in engine.
Oh well. He popped out. And now he's dead.
Ha ha.
Hope you didn't kill me.
No,
You're
no.
still alive. Right next to him.
Turn it.
You
Turn
wake
him
up.
into Solent Green.
You wake up to find a corpus.
The corpus.
Well, the corpus is already despawned.
Corpse.
Okay, corpse.
I don't know why you're calling it corpus.
I don't always pronounce words correctly sometimes.
I was
Fair
wondering why Warframe was here.
Speaking of which, I went back to Warframe for a little bit, and I did the second, or not the second Dream again, but War Within.
Yeah, what about your? I think you mentioned you're kind of playing around with PSO2. How's that kind of been going?
Still nothing to do right now.
Okay. Yeah, I've never actually played it. I might give it a try at some point, but it sounds like it's a lot of maintenance.
It's actually not. Well, not with the NGS. So there's 8 years of content in PSO2.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, there's 9 years of content. What's happened in the last year, and then there is over a year's worth of content that is available to players that didn't experience the original PSO2.
Mm-hmm.
So NGS is a completely separate entity, but it just exists in the same game. For instance, basically it's its own separate portal, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, that would make sense.
So right now, it's just waiting for new content. I have been more than willing to offer people my assistance in base if they need it, but most likely what's going to happen is most people are going to play NGS and they're going to forget about base because it's so different from NGS.
All right.
So if you are planning on playing PSO2, you are going to need a space of about 100 gigs. I'm going to warn you.
I haven't. I just got myself 18 terabyte hard drive recently, so I don't think I have to worry about that too much.
I didn't think they made them that big.
Talk about a big flex.
I only got a
Weird flex, but okay.
Well, yeah.
I only got a 1 terabyte in my system.
Well, actually, this 18 terabyte, this is for my new build that I'm working on.
I kind of figured. You're not going to put 18 terabytes in a server build.
No, this is for, I'm building a new computer, but I currently have an 8 terabyte in my current build system. And then I also have an 8 terabyte external hard drive. So I basically been working on moving a lot of my stuff over to the new hard drive.
Fair enough.
No,
Oh.
it's a big drive, but it's not super big.
Big enough.
And no, I do not have a RAID set up on it. And that's the thing is I spent a lot of money on a very reliable hard drive, so I don't have to set up a RAID. Because the biggest issue with RAIDs is there's a lot of less efficiency. So it's more efficient to get multiple 4 terabyte hard drives than it is to get a single hard drive if you want to have the RAID efficiency.
Mm-hmm.
And ultimately, my solution for that is I have an external that I regularly have a regular scheduled backup. That's how I resolved the uncertainty of the hard drive failing. And I actually have never had any kind of issue with any of my expensive hard drive that I have. So I have my 8 terabyte hard drive. I spent like $600 on it. I have not had any issue in it in about 3 years since I've had it. So, and that's specifically because I buy hard drives that all
meant to last.
So yeah, I buy enterprise grade hard drives. So these are a lot more expensive because these are marketed towards businesses. But because none of my workloads or anything near what would happen in an enterprise, they tend to last a long time.
This man has Star Trek on his computer.
No, I don't have Star Trek. I don't have Bridge Crew installed. But no, yeah, I do not have a food replicator on my computer.
I thought you had the entire ship.
No, I do not have. I do not have any kind of enterprise. The computer's name is the Millennium Falcon, so it does not have any enterprises in it.
Oh
What
my
the
god.
hell is an aluminum falcon?
Millennium.
Millennium Falcon. Star Wars.
You guys must not have seen Robot Chicken much.
Yeah, I thought I just misspoke or something. So no,
Nope.
I have not watched much Robot Chicken in a long time.
Oh,
Me
one of
either.
the jokes is that there's a lot of Star Wars jokes on Robot Chicken, and I can't explain them all, but they are funny.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. Robot Chicken has a lot of funny jokes. They're not safe for work, that's for sure, but they're usually a lot of funny things.
That entire show is not safe for work. What are you talking about?
Exactly, that's my point.
Not safe for work, my ass.
I think I just committed war crimes.
Well, it's not even. It's more than not safe for work. It's not safe for your mom to see you watching it.
It's not safe for your
There-
grandma to see you watching it.
Well, that's
There were-
for sure. That's implied because your mom extends class mom extends class grandma.
Yay! Our elite hydrogen thrusters are finally in.
Awesome. We can finally get off this damn rock soon.
No. Most of
Okay.
the deuteriums are not finished.
Yeah, I'm joking.
So
Well-
there were two people hiding in a shipping container, and I threw a cluster bomb on top of them.
Probably.
Is that war crime? Is that war crime?
It depends. It
On
it,
today's episode of Will That War Crime?
it depends on it depends on the game. If it's real life, then well, you probably wouldn't be even bragging about it. But if it's a game, it depends on the game.
Battlefield.
And ultimately, well, yeah, that's a PvP game. So, well, I'm pretty sure in Battlefield, it's basically a war game. So, throwing a bomb on other players is probably yeah, I don't know. I don't think it.
Oh.
It could
Oh,
be,
dude.
but I don't think it's against the rules.
Oh. No, like scan. Nice. Ow. I'm thirsty.
Your
Well, that
health
doesn't-
is critical.
No, my health is fine.
Yeah, apparently I'm thirsty too.
So your health is critical.
Yeah, it's almost to that point. I probably let it go too much the last time. Because I wasn't paying attention to it.
Well, I filled up a fleet carrier by myself, so
Nice.
Well, good.
In the time that you took, it took you to fill up that fleet carrier, I made double that money.
Oh, doing the Thalgoids?
I did some more Thargoid hunting this afternoon.
Well, cool. So have you kind of been going back and forth between Dale?
No, I haven't left.
Oh, okay.
No, I will. My ship will be docking at Creekery's fleet carrier before the weekend's up. I just wanted to play Space Engineers.
Space Invaders. Yeah, Space Invaders is very fun. But yeah, I was playing vanilla earlier, vanilla Minecraft.
I don't play Minecraft much.
Yeah,
At all.
I normally would not be streaming Minecraft. The only reason I was streaming it is Photosynthesis is a Minecraft community,
Boop.
and so I wanted to start it out with a Minecraft playthrough. I'd say at this point the AMA is pretty much over. We're not going to get many people asking questions.
Eh.
But earlier that was kind of the goal.
Beep beep. Gotta go, folks. Time for me at the road. Thank you for letting me into this vault. No problem, Crack. You're more than welcome to stay in the Discord. Feel free to use the services, and if you see one of us go live, then, well, you're more than welcome to hang out in our chats, too.
Yep. Yeah, and good luck getting your Twitch account fixed.
Definitely. Wish the best on that. Okay, Crimson. How close is this ready to be pressurized?
The hangar, it should be pressurized. I think it's happening again. Don't know why though.
Okay, going to...
But yeah, the little ship up above is also making some progress. And looks like Eric has finally joined us.
Hi, Eric.
well, I'm still loading in. I'll probably be like potentially dead by the time I get in, but we'll find out.
Well, we haven't killed you yet, so you'll probably be fine.
You're also in a pressurized environment, I might add.
So yeah, you're not gonna be dead. That's why we were making jokes about you, because you've been alive the whole time. Mm-hmm.
So last
Oh,
time
it's
I checked, you were alive.
I
I'm
was
not-
on earlier today, and I just forgot to get back into a cryopod when I logged off.
Yes, that's not that. You don't have to worry about that. I have specifically set the settings to never remove a body, so you could be gone for like 60 days and you're still gonna be healed. So don't worry about disappearing. You're not going to disappear because this is a private server. We have the luxury of not letting you disappear.
Yep. We're not playing on a public Keen server or a player-owned server that's a dickhead. So we get to make the rules, and we get to decide who lives and who dies, basically.
Well,
Mostly Space Builder, but
yeah,
The grinders.
by the way, one of the cryopods is down in the rover. Yeah, exactly. Server will decide your fate.
I am the server. But yes, that's one of the things is I have the console all set up. I can basically do anything. But yeah, it's a nice thing to kind of run a little small server. Nothing super professional, but it's all pretty much good for everyone to kind of come in. I still haven't shut down that vanilla server, but no one's actually popped on yet. Oh no, yeah, the Xbox server, that's still up.
I still think it might be wise for you to shut it down simply for the fact that we're not using it.
Yeah, might as well. I left it
You
up
know.
because I figured they might want to come on at some point, but I'll just shut it down and we'll bring it back up when we need.
Yeah, there's no absolute reason to keep it up if no one's playing on it yet.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think I know perhaps why Reap left. He can't use a HOTAS on Space Engineers.
That is unfortunate, yes. But it is not the reason.
I know, I was joking. But yeah, that is kind of unfortunate.
I encourage you, Reap, at some point, just try the game out, throw yourself in a creative world or something, and see what you can play around with. You don't have to play the game. It's just I learned through Creative World.
Energy low.
That's how I learned how to play the game. So you don't necessarily have to play the game just because your friends told you to. You can play the game if you feel like playing the game.
For someone telling me to play the game if I feel like playing the game, you're telling me an awful lot to play the game instead of...
I think he's begging you to play the game.
I think he is begging me to play the game in a guise of telling me not to play the game.
Well, he's saying he's begging you to play the game in a nice manner by saying you don't have to play the game.
What I'm initially saying is try to play the game your way.
Yeah, but you can I think what Ezra's trying to say is give the game a try once you have some more time to really get into it. And this modded server probably isn't the best solution because this is heavily modded. You might
This is also hell.
Yeah, it might be better for you to play vanilla first.
It's more for that. This server was created because me and Crimson got bored. We wanted a challenge.
Yeah, it's really
This is
it's for experienced players.
yeah. I'm talking like over 500 hours at least.
Exactly.
You know, a lot of people jump in and know, oh, I'm gonna get to play with you. Well, there's a few things you need to know before you just jump in. There goes Eric.
Yeah, it decided it didn't want to actually connect.
Oh, okay. You're gonna try again?
Yeah.
But a lot of players get into the games like this and it's too hard or it's too difficult. Well, you're not playing the right kind of content yet.
I don't think that's Reed's problem either.
It's just not Reed's cup of tea, and I totally get that. There
Yeah,
have been
it's
games
probably
that-
more. There's a big learning curve on Space Suit News.
Yes. I don't even know if that's it either. I think it's just a case of it's just not his game.
Fair enough.
You say there's a large learning curve on Space Engineers, yet I'm totally into Elite, and there's totally a learning curve on
Oh,
that.
So,
No,
my,
no,
so
no,
my
no.
take on the
No.
Space News learning curve is different than the Elite learning curve. The Elite learning curve has more. The game the Space News learning curve is mostly around having poor documentation and not being super intuitive. That's the Space News.
As opposed to the Elites, who
Yes.
is also poor documentation and
Well, probably
Elite-
better.
nowhere to be found.
Okay. Elite.
Elite has a puddle of content that you can enjoy without really having to get into any of it. And then there's just a learning cliff.
Elite has a steep learning curve. There's no lie about that. But the differences between the world, you have over here you have pistons, hinges, and rotors, which can really fuck up your day if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, and also
I'm aware.
you have to learn how to actually build the ships. You have to learn all that stuff, and when you're starting out, you're gonna build a lot of boxes, and you're gonna annoy the hell out of Ezra for building a lot of boxes.
That's an unfortunate thing. I can't help it. I can't help the way I feel. But you know, a lot of us started out. We're sitting here. What the hell do we do? What the hell do we do? You know. But a lot of us found a way to cope with that by jumping into a creative world or jumping into one of the available scenarios from vanilla.
Yep.
You've got to kind of set your expectations low and then find out what it's worth to you to keep playing.
And
Because there's no story with any of this.
So, Veep, I know you're like comparing it to like what is it like Stormworks, I think, because my
Yep.
friend was trying to get me into that. I have it installed. I haven't actually played it yet, but I know that is also like a very like voxel based building thing. But that's like you go and make like a blueprint and then stuff. So like that's probably like the one game you talk about that takes up too much of your brain power, I'm guessing.
Yes, it takes up a lot.
And Space News, you can build a blueprint, which actually I built. So the ship I'm in,
No, that's not what he's even talking about, Space.
Oh, okay.
Like it's like a third person overall blueprint mode.
Oh, okay. Oh, so basically like going into creative mode. That's basically what that is.
No. Not even that.
It's
It's free camera with a build area, and then once you have decided on what you want to build, which you have to put down every block individually and all that stuff as well, but you will have to pay for it afterwards.
So yeah, that's similar to how creative mode works. Not exactly, because you have to go into a separate mode to actually build the ship. And when you're done building it, you take the schematic and you then rebuild the ship in survival. That's
Once I'm finished this Battlefield match, I'll stream some Stormworks.
Alright.
Okay.
Show you guys.
Yeah, it sounds similar, but yeah, I get Space News really. Having basically a 3D map that you can basically like using a UI to put this parts in different places. That's it's a lot more intuitive than basically doing it all in third person. But it's also sometimes kind of fun to basically do it in your first person. So you're basically building the ship all in first person, which can be kind of fun. It can also be tedious.
It is.
I will
is
say
very
that I
tedious.
much prefer the Stormworks method of doing it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Uh,
That
but
actually
even then-
explains kind of not wanting to do in Space Engineers because
When you're in creative mode, you can build multiple blocks at a time. You can,
yes, there are tools in
You
creative.
can
Like
mirror.
I use mirror mode on this ship
yeah.
to actually build this ship. So yeah, mirror mode is very nice. I discovered that mirror mode doesn't work with these modded windows, which was a pain.
But you know,
Even then, though, in Stormworks, I feel like I get more freedom to do stuff,
Yeah,
just
that
because of how it's set up in its control systems.
that might be the case. I would never say Space Engineers is a well optimized game. I think the community itself is
Yeah.
is not the developer hasn't spent a lot of time on TLC, and that's one of the things is one of my goals is doing game development, and I would not want to have my game be like Space Engineers where people can't
No,
stream it because the
not-
community is not very good.
Namaste can't even play the game because the Xbox controls are fucked up.
Yeah.
And she
Well,
really
honestly,
wants
they
to play
shouldn't have
with us.
even released it to Xbox in the first place.
No,
The fact that they had to make so many compromises just to release the stupid thing to Xbox is they should not have released it to Xbox. It really, and the fact that they haven't, the fact that the controls are fucked up with Xbox is ridiculous.
That sounds like another game we play, except for different reasons with going to console. But I don't know, like, it's something like, I don't know, they like had to split the user base between console and PC because they had a.
That's pretty much what it is with Space Engineers because you can't have mods on console.
No.
They'll
or there's a limited selection of mods
Yeah.
that are available.
Yeah, and they did actually improve it. So I was able to set up an Epic Game Service server that you could have someone join. So you can, I did spend some time figuring out how to set up a cross-play server. So
But,
we can do that kind of cross-play, but it's the kind of thing that it's not really, the Xbox experience just isn't the best.
Yeah, well, I will admit though that it does still have keyboard and mouse support,
Yes.
making it a cheaper alternative to something like mine or even your rig.
Well, definitely a cheaper alternative to my rig.
Well, mine's no laughing matter either. Mine's well over $1,000.
Yeah, it's definitely a cheaper alternative. That's definitely a true story. It's definitely a cheaper
But
alternative, and
I
I recently got an Xbox just out doing more stuff with Xbox for my own personal development. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
definitely cheaper than like a PC.
But I would also have to admit that, you know, the controls are kind of stupid for an Xbox controller. You can use the same controller schematics for PC
Mm-hmm.
as you can for Xbox, which is completely redundant because they are two different systems. Two, there is no logicality as to why anyone would use a controller. Unlike Elite, where, yeah, I can see an Xbox controller being used, or a HOTAS, or anything else. But there is no logicality to be playing a building game like this. Minecraft might be the only exception.
So even Minecraft, I think the console version, so basically any game that wants to release to console has to support the controller. So that's the
Yeah.
thing is any game that needs to be on the console needs to support the controller.
The one game that I actually applied for their controller layout is actually Subnautica.
That's because Subnautica's awesome. That's not fair.
No,
Well,
no, I actually like the controller schematics for Subnautica.
Yeah,
They're
but what I'm
easy,
saying is Subnautica is an amazing game, so that's not a fair comparison.
No, it's not. Alright, but it is made for controllers.
Subnautica's stuff is well thought out, unlike most games.
Yes, that sounds about No, that sounds like Space Invaders isn't.
Eric, are you ever gonna connect today?
Maybe I killed it again, then tried because it was still like frozen. So then I launched it again and tried to join, and then
Are you getting? Are you
then
getting?
then it crashed the desktop. So now I'm trying again.
Hold on, hold on. Are you getting a ring that's freezing on your screen?
That the like loading rings were like freezing.
Yeah. Don't close it when it's on that. It's actually processing the mods and everything.
Yeah, I'd say my take on it is if it takes more than like 5 minutes, close it. Especially because do you have a Ryzen processor?
Yeah.
I think there are some bugs with Ryzen processors.
There
Because
is.
I have a Ryzen processor as well, and I've noticed occasionally it'll basically freeze. So if it's frozen, you have to basically completely kill the game. And also that's probably you might have better luck now that it crashed your desktop.
But
Because it's definitely a memory hog.
I also have noticed with the Ryzen at least that it does take a little bit longer for people to load in. So give it more than 10 minutes. If it doesn't load in by that 10-minute mark, then kill it.
Well, I didn't even last in a minute before it crashed the desktop, so I think I'm cursed.
Verify your game files. Because I haven't had any crash issues. I don't.
I've
verified them
I've
the
had
other
a few
night.
crash to desktops, but usually I force kill it whenever it's frozen. So I just force kill the game and restart it. However,
But
I have a Threadripper, so my processor has a pretty decent amount of processing power. So if you don't have a high-end Ryzen, which I don't know if you have a Ryzen 9 or something lower end. Which reminds me, the new build I'm doing, I actually decided to go with the new i9 2900K. So that's the new build I'm working on.
are you putting in a new card, or are you?
I'm
using
building a
your old
completely
card?
new computer, new
Okay.
case, everything.
Okay.
The only thing I am going to use my graphics card, but
Are
that's
you-
Yeah.
the only thing.
Are you installing a new OS, or are you using the old one?
Yes, I'll be installing a new operating system, and I always do that just to kind of clean things up. So I will be basically starting afresh and basically backing up everything, because that's the other thing is I will basically once I switch over, I will be reinstalling Windows on my old computer.
Hey guys, I have a request.
Go ahead.
Kill me.
Oh,
Why?
you think you're bugged?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that could be the case. Yeah, that's. So yeah, Ezra can do the dirties. Because I'm busy over here working on my ship.
Great. I get to do the dirties because you're just too damn busy. Got it.
Well, okay, fine. I can go over there. I can fly over there if you're not over there.
I'm already there. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, because I don't. That's what my point is. If you're already there, that's quicker than me flying back over there and then flying back.
I had to go there anyway.
Okay. Alright, let's see. How's the schematic? Projector.
Oh, look. There he goes. He's dead.
Alright. Almost forgot. Need to check keep projection. Which reminds me, that was what I forgot to put on this ship. I forgot to put an integrated projector. Oh well.
Oh, damn it. I just burnt another cryopod. Yes, I know. I did the dumb.
You accidentally grinded a cryopod?
Yeah.
That happens to all of us. At least there was no one in it.
What if Eric was in it?
Well, he asked
Eric
us to kill
wasn't.
us, so it wouldn't matter.
Well,
What if I was in it?
Well,
You're already dead.
It doesn't matter anyway.
yeah,
You're already dead.
if you're in it,
On the
it'll be your
inside,
ghost. It'll be
yeah.
your ghost that was in it in that case.
Great. Space Builder, we're gonna have to decontaminate this entire rig. I think we have a haunter.
Nah, we just need some Febreze. The smell will scare them away. That'll we just need a bit of garlic. Just put some garlic around and the ghost will not like the smell.
Alright, let's check out this game and see.
I finally got
Uh,
back in.
We
Awesome.
still have like a third of the match left.
Yay! Now you get to collect all of your shit, Eric.
My ship, yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, recollecting what's on you isn't that big of a deal.
You just lucky that you happen to be in the rover.
Well, in most cases, if he died outside the rover, building repair's gonna pick up his shit anyway.
Fair enough. Alright, ladies, gents.
So yeah, if everyone's in, we can probably get ready to take off soon. Let's see. Blocks remaining. I still have a few blocks that need to be built.
We still need gravity components.
Alright. Say heal. Okay, I have some landing gears that haven't been built yet.
So what vehicles are we going to bring with us?
Well, your miner, your the group's miner, because
Yep.
I'm gonna call it the group's miner now. Because
Yep.
you
I'm gonna
pretty
be taking
much-
my APC with me.
and the Cerberus. Because the Cerberus could be used as a scout vehicle.
And that's so my APC has a building repair on it, so it can also the APC can be used as a mobile repair system.
Okay. We still have a lot of stuff to get done. We also need to offload the rover.
Yep.
First, we have to make sure that the ship can actually hold its own weight, though.
With all of the materials aboard and the ships.
Well, with the ships, it will sink due to different grids actually interacting with each other, so that won't really work. Oh, another thing that we need, shields.
Yes, we need the shields.
Yeah, you're right. That was another thing I forgot to put on this little ship. Oh well.
Well, that's easily handleable. And
Yeah, it's easy. Yeah, that's pretty easy to add. That and it's not. So this little ship isn't really intended for. This ship isn't intended for combat anyway. This is.
Like there is a APC.
Well, yeah. If anything, it's not really an APC. It's more of a carrier for space for engineers, but
It's
it's
a
not.
UPC.
Maybe, but it's not really designed.
it's a
for
drop ship.
Yes, basically, it's an
dropships
armor.
are armored.
It's light armor, so it's not designed to take a lot of fire. But then again,
It's
neither
a
all
shuttle.
drop. Yes, it's a shuttle. That's the right word. So it should have shields because that would be useful to have, but it's not really.
It is. I didn't. It specifically. It does not have any weapons on it. So yes, it's basically a shuttle.
What do you call a really bad shuttle?
A shuttle.
Correct.
But I know you don't like the name of it, which it's named after a Japanese troop carrier. But I know you know a bit of Japanese, so it probably is named after something that's a little weird.
I understand the name. I totally get the name. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Crimson, I'm going to put the shield controller down in the command deck.
I've already got a shield control table down.
Okay, well then I just put a shield emitter on the outside of the bridge, so that handles both objects at one time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
Might I
I've got
ask what you named
the controller in the bridge itself.
We have not named it yet because we have not finished it yet.
No, Space Engineer.
What?
Space Builder.
What did Space Engineer or Space Builder name it?
I'm not naming that. That's their ship. I named my ship.
No, your
Yeah, but-
ship.
I named
What
it
did you name it?
Akatsu Maru. It is.
Oh, right.
The convention I went with is I am naming my ships after Japanese naval ships. So that's the current convention I'm going with.
Is that one that got shot down?
I don't know. Doesn't really matter.
Many of them got shot down.
They all got shot down. If you really want to be technical, only a few
Not the
of
ones
them,
that
like
aren't shot
Nagato,
down.
only a few of them actually survived, like Nagato, and that got blown up by a nuke. So
Look,
the ones
all
that
I'm
the ones
saying-
that
All I'm saying is I wouldn't want to get into a spaceship named after a warship that got shot up.
well, in that case, you might as well name after anything. 'Cause lots of warships will get sunk. Yo,
It's the Titanic
it's in the
too.
middle of the war. One ship is gonna sink, one ship is not going to sink, and ultimately it depends on kind of the ship design. It doesn't depend on the name; it depends on the ship's design. And there were a lot of issues with some of the Japanese Navy ships. Not to mention that they had a huge supply constraint. So yeah, you can definitely say that. You might not want to have the name, but here's the other thing. A lot of the Japanese naval ships, they use the same name for the modern ships as well, because that's pretty much every navy. Whenever a ship is sunk or decommissioned, they usually will keep the ship and move it to another ship. So there's usually gonna be another ship like
Nope.
the Enterprise is a good example.
Nope. U.S. military and U.S. Space agencies do not keep they retain the names that they have.
No, what I mean is the USS Enterprise. There have been multiple ships with the name USS Enterprise.
No, there has only been one, and that has been the space shuttle.
No, I'm talking about this carrier, CVN-60, and other USS Enterprise carriers. I'm not talking about the shuttle. I'm talking about the carrier. And if you really want to be technical, there was the SpaceX Endeavour. That's named after the space shuttle Endeavour.
Yes.
So,
But in 90% of the cases with naval ships, there is no renaming or moving the name to a new ship. They decommission the name
usually,
as well.
I think it depends on the ship. So like the Enterprise, the Enterprise became a pretty famous ship because it actually survived a long time. So they basically CVN-6 then became CVN-60 because the name that name, the Enterprise, was a very successful ship.
Yes, Reap.
I don't know about moving the name to a new ship, but I know that ships do not get renamed because of long-standing traditions
No,
from
they do
various
not. Yes, they do not. They do not get
superstitions.
renamed. However,
The
the
US
when a ship
Y-
is sunk, you might have a new ship that will have the same name. Not always, but sometimes.
If that was the case, the USS Arizona would have another carrier named after it.
Well, actually, I would say for the USS Arizona, that one is a memorial ship, so that one probably is not gonna have another name, well, because it's a memorial ship, so there was some
Oh,
significance to it.
the USS Arizona was sunk in the in Pearl Harbor.
Yes, exactly. It was sunk in Pearl
It-
Harbor. There was a significance to it. So it probably depends on the ship. So I don't really know exactly, but for example, the USS Enterprise has had multiple names to it. So that's one ship that has had multiple names. So
I have to restart my browser.
so the
Google's
first
going weird.
USS Enterprise, which I'm actually doing some research on that. So CVN-6, or also known as Big E, and we'll actually so here we go. The first USS Enterprise was a sloop of war from 1775. So the USS Enterprise, there's been many ships with the name USS Enterprise, which you see the exact same convention in Star Trek. There are multiple versions of the USS Enterprise in Star Trek.
One other thing that I think could be causing confusion in here, I'm not sure if it is or not, is that the classifications of ships
Yep.
are named after the name of the first ship of that classification.
Yep, i.e.
Yes.
Dreadnought.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so yes, and also like so CV6, that is carrier 6, and then there was CVN. So CVN is, I think, nuclear powered carrier, and for example, the Enterprise is CVN 65, and actually the Gerald Ford class Enterprise, this is the new one that is a future carrier. The Gerald Ford class Enterprise CVN 80 is Gerald Ford is the next Enterprise that is planned for the future.
Okay, so
There have been multiple ships that have been renamed.
Well,
Uh,
yes, there have been. I think in most cases it's usually when it passes between different hands. So like, for example,
Nope.
there are,
nope. Not according to this document I just pulled up.
okay. So which ships have been renamed?
U.S. Bonhomme Richard CV-10 was renamed Yorktown in September 1942 prior to the launch to perpetuate the name Yorktown CV-5, lost in June 1942 during the Battle of Midway. Subsequently, CV-31 was named Bonhomme Richard. Similarly, Kearsarge CV-12 became Hornet, Sabot CV-16 became the Lexington,
Mm-hmm.
which is CV-18, and Wasp and Valley Forge became the Princeton.
So yeah, I guess it depends on the ship and depends. It's really
It's all due to historical data for remembrance.
yeah, exactly. So like the Enterprise, there's been a long convention of naming ships Enterprise.
let me know when you guys are watching me, by the way, if
I'm
you
on.
want to. Gonna make a new custom game because that's easier. So this is custom. You don't really have to collect materials and stuff in this game, but it's just money, basically. But I will show you some of the stuff that I have built and I'm currently working on building.
I may have a feeling that it's just all cases of reality here, then space engineers might be a little less complicated.
You have workbenches that you can build stuff at. Gives you a blueprint mode.
Mm-hmm.
Let's spawn in. This is my latest thing that I am attempting to build. Oops, let's go to a different one. What's my key for? There we go. That's no clip. So, this is the most complete ship that I have.
Mm-hmm.
It works. It's fully HOTAS capable. Hatches to get in and out. As you can see, the functional boat.
Yep.
If I do this, it has a water cannon at the front that I can use if I chose. Yep.
Yeah.
This is the one that I am currently working on, though.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of the larger ships that you could make because that's how big the building area is. Has guns, or it's going to. I haven't got the logic fitted for these yet.
Yeah, you can kind of do the same thing in Space Neos, but it becomes more complex. So Space Neos has a programmable block, which you can do complex logic with. However, yes, I definitely say that that game is, it's a lot. The logic does not require knowing how to program. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I have friends that are more
You
savvy with it.
you have never tried to make a bully in Space Engineers before.
This is one of 3 Lewis scripts for a radar.
Oh, if this, then this, then that. Yeah, I know.
It's
that
one I
shit.
got off of the workshop, so some of them are really complicated. Let's see, where is the LiDAR script?
I have a feeling you would actually like Space Engineers once you got a little bit more experience under it.
Alright, so this is some of the Lewis script for the LiDAR.
Because we also have scripting enabled on the server, so you can use scripts like lidar support and whatnot.
This is the actual cockpit. Why is that open? Tell that to open. What button is that again?
Are we
Yeah.
gonna try to turn on these thrusters?
No, don't turn on the thrusters.
We still need more gravity components, it looks like.
Yep, we need a lot more. I'm gonna put you in a pop out.
I forget how to use this thing.
Oh.
But yeah, it's very similar to like Space Neos. But I can see, well, there's a bit of a difference in the learning curve for Space Neos. Yeah, so I agree with you. There's definitely
Space Neos is not. Space Neos is. I guess it's a different type of gameplay. In vanilla, there is no such thing as a shipyard that's gonna build your ship. The shipyard is your hands. So if you want to build a ship that size, you have to build the entire ship 100% by hand. There's no such thing as a shipyard in vanilla Space Neos. Well, tank tracks in Space Neos also. Oh well. No, people have managed to make tank tracks in Space Neos. The game isn't actually designed to have things like tank tracks, but people have actually managed to make tank tracks in Space Neos using rotors, blocks, and all kinds of stuff. No worries. I ended up putting Reap's screen in a small little window, just so people, yeah, it was so people would kind of know what we're doing, because otherwise I didn't really feel comfortable kind of watching his stream if people on the stream can't really see what's happening, because otherwise you only can see one side of the conversation. Yes, this is a fully functional battle station. All right, let's see what. Oh, I'm missing a few more lights. Oh, good point. Yeah, uh, yeah, yes. Yeah, I'm just doing some finishing touches on the little. That's the Cerberus. Well, we're pretty much gonna be fine with taking off. We're pretty much gonna be fine with taking off because we've already tested it. So unless we load up a bunch of shit on the ship, we'll probably be able to take off. Press P to unlock the connector. Yes. I recommend using the camera in the back. So go on to the second menu. Click the dot. And click the camera. Yes. But that camera is going to help you orient. And now go back to forward. So I'm wondering, do we need someone sitting at the handle bay with hand signals to basically tell the ships that are leaving how to navigate? Yeah, you look like you're too. And so, do you need the waypoint to the ion? Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. No, we do not have any. I have not found any cobalt yet. Yes. I just don't crash it. So it's not building grab components because we're out of cobalt. So perhaps we need to put more cobalt on the dice co. Okay. Because I don't see the dice. I don't. Which dice co do you have building cobalt? Okay, because that's only building magnesium. All right. I know there's one building platinum, but I actually don't recall seeing any of them that was building cobalt. I had to manually select one of them to build cobalt. Well, hold on. I see two of them that are building platinum, but I don't see any. I don't see any of them that's specifically only building cobalt. It is now because I think I said it to. Okay. Yeah, I see that now. So yeah, I'd say we should, yeah, let's focus on cobalt. So yeah, let's put more of them towards cobalt for now. All right. I am putting number 3 towards cobalt as well. Might as well focus on that for now. Alright, I think that should be sufficient. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that reminds me. I need to grab some stone. Which we'll still out of. Oh yeah, there's stone on the yellow ship. I'll go over there and grab some stone. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, give me a moment. Okay. Much better. Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. We, uh, that or there's a couple wires crossed and you have a short circuit. Yeah, you could do both. Alright, let's see here. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, that's why. It doesn't have any. It's out of power. Well, the issue is I didn't. I should have actually charged the battery earlier. Oh well. I'll just throw another battery down here. It already has a deuterium reactor. I just have to put stone in there. So,
Well, that looks like silicon. Okay, maybe your old detector will... No, that's silicon. Yeah, you have a bug. I think it's basically giving you both cobalt and silicon due to a bug.
No, usually I've noticed with the rocks, the ore detection on the rocks is not always correct. So yes, that's silicon. I'd say you need to go. You need to find another asteroid, another rock. What just happened? What just exploded? Oh, how'd that happen? All right. Well, there was a ship, not anymore. So yeah, it can handle quite a lot if it's flat. I actually had it handled its entire weight. So it can handle its entire capacity. And yes, it was able to land with its entire capacity. All right. Hold on. What just happened to? Why did this disconnect? I'm not sure if I'm desynced or something else. The ship basically decided to basically unlock. Okay. Alright, so that just means I'm desynced. Still upright? Yeah, okay, it basically went to the side. Alright. Well, yeah, at least I won't run out of oxygen too quickly. Eric, I think you might be full. I'm watching it. His inventory is pretty much full because it hit the red balls at the end. And also, even with the drills, remember it's gonna be inconsistent with the drills. So the drills might have a little bit of stuff in them, but it's gonna be inconsistent. Yep. And watch your proximity to the ground. You're getting awfully close to the ground. But yeah, even if the drills can hold a lot, what happens is if one drill fills up, but the other ones are not filled up, the oil's not going to go anywhere because drills I've noticed do not transfer oils to other drills if they're full. So they just start, I think, voiding the oil or dropping it. Yes, I know. I'm reloading. I'm not. Yeah, I know. I know I'm still alive. I know that. I know that everyone's pretty much gone. But yeah, that does remind me. I am a little bit over what I had initially planned, just because we got all distracted. So yeah, I think I'll go ahead and just do a raid. Yeah, so I'm just gonna need to go find a spot and actually let's basically check to see that I can actually take this, that there's enough power to take this ship off. And let's make sure to close this heel. Alright, let's make sure the thrusters are online. Gyros are active, thrusters good. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give someone a raid momentarily. Totaled. Oh, I thought it was completely destroyed, or did you just handle it? Oh, okay. I thought you said it was destroyed. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, it's a flying call. It's a flying call. Yes. So that's what the ship I built is. The ship I built is a cargo shuttle. It has one large cargo container. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, good point. You could. I haven't raided yet. I'm about to. I was getting to a safe spot. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and was planning to raid Bean. It's been I've kind of been wanting to basically give him a raid.